and today Creative Assembly has posted another blog for Total War Warhammer 3 Tides of Torment release update. So this is 28 minutes ago. I'll release this video the moment I finished recording it. Well, it's got to get uploaded first, so it'll be like 5-10 minutes, roughly. And I'll give you my opinions on this, and I'd love to hear your opinions in the comment. I'll, of course, leave a link to this in the description if you want to go read that out. Because, yeah, I'm not going to just read this out word for word. I'm just going to mostly, for the most part, summarize it. It's not a particularly long blog, but I think there's some interesting points here to discuss, and that's what I want to do. So, it says, we are delaying the release date of Total War Warhammer 3 Tides of Torment from our previously stated summer release window and now intend to launch later this year. We will have an exact date for you once we finalize our revised plans, and we'll share details as soon as they're ready. So that'll be roughly 2 weeks before it comes out. So from what I'm suspecting is that the current plans after this is October. That's what my current expectations are. My previous expectations were August, and that may have been their original plan. But it's definitely not now, because August was the end of summer, and usually whenever they say it's coming in summer or coming at the end of the year, usually the expectation is the very last moment until that comes out. But yeah, August is the end of summer, so it's just not coming out in August anymore. So my expectation is now October. That would be maybe a 2-month delay. I don't really mind if they're delaying things, as long as there's a good reason for it, which there seems to be. So it says here, in recent playtesting, we have asked ourselves if this next DLC met the standards that we've set in recent releases, and the short answer was no. However, we know it can, so we want to spend more time working on it, reviewing the content and improving the gameplay experience that it's set to bring. This is a really good attitude for them to have, and one that they didn't have back in 2022 and 2023 specifically. I mean, they had people playtesting them, giving them negative feedback, and they were just ignoring it. So at least internally now, they're able to identify when something is subpar, and then rather than just push it out and thinking that people will just buy it anyway at an increased price, they're identifying that maybe it's not meeting the standards and it needs a little bit more time in the oven, and that's better than pushing it out early and having everyone get angry at them. I think Creative Assembly also understand that they're skating on thin ice and that 2023 hasn't been forgotten, and that people have given them another chance, but they haven't forgotten about what happened in 2022 and 2023. I certainly haven't, and I know many of you guys haven't either. And that we need to hold them account to keep doing this. This is good, so it's good to praise them where it's due. This is a good attitude to have. I don't mind if something is delayed, as long as it's not complete garbage. Like, I don't really care if it comes out, like a DLC comes out every month, if it's just complete and utter trash. Like, I'll just play something else if that's the case. It's important that the quality is there, even if it means 10 months or 12 months in between DLC. It'd be interesting to see if things get delayed again. Hopefully not, but if that's what needs to be done, I support it. Because, there's other things to do. You guys keep sending in disaster battles. We'll just keep playing the game as it is. It says down further that there's going to be another patch before the before this DLC, so it'll be interesting to see that. And that one seems a bit meatier than what 6.2 was. So anyway, we'll get to that in a moment. So it says these changes will likely mean the content we shared in our What's Next video for Slaanesh and Norsko is no longer accurate. As soon as we know the final shape of these changes, we'll share them to you directly as part of the final What's Next video. Give you the complete picture on our third faction in this DLC and the changes to other factions. Okay, well that's all good. I mean, they originally said that this What's Next video was going to come out in June, but obviously that didn't happen. And then they said it was going to come out in July, so I kind of don't think that's happening either. So I don't think anything's happening in July. So it's going to be a pretty... Oh wait, did 6.2 happen in July? I feel like it did. That was only like a week ago, wasn't it? I don't know. I've lost track of time. Anyway, it says, we know this is disappointing news. Well, yes and no. It is like disappointing that there's nothing coming this month or next month, but it's also not disappointing news because at least it's an attitude adjustment that you're not necessarily the same Creative Assembly that you were in 2022 and 2023. And that Creative Assembly I despised. It was just not... There was just no way that attitude was going to lead to good quality games coming from that studio. Whereas, delays for the sake of meeting the consumer standard, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think many people... There's definitely going to be like a couple of outliers that are going to get angry about this, but I think the vast majority of people will understand. If it's not ready, it's not ready. That's fine. At least you're not trying to pull the wool over people's eyes and be like, well, costs are up and all that other bullshit that happened in 2023. That's the problem that people had. Creative Assembly has always had like an aversion with giving people bad news, but I think what happens is that Creative Assembly lies about things, like what happened with The Future of Three Kingdoms, which was a bullshit title. They tried to pull the wool over people's eyes. They saw right through it, and then they got angry about it, and they sort of interpreted that as, well, people get angry about bad news. It's not that people get angry about bad news, it's because you're fucking lying about it. That's all. We're trying to pull the wool over. Because it makes it seem like you think we're stupid, and we're clearly not as stupid as you think. And that was where people had a problem with it. But if they had just come out in whenever it was they cancelled Three Kingdoms, like I said, it's all just a blur for me now, and said, look, Three Kingdoms, we're stopping our development of it, and even though we had more things planned, it's just not really working for us, so we're going to try to make a sequel for the game. I feel like if they had gone with that kind of narrative instead of, we've finished the game, see? How awesome is that? That probably would have been better received. People would have definitely still been disappointed. There's no getting around that. Bad news will always be taken badly by some people, but it would have been way better received than the way that they went about it. And in many ways, I reckon the way that they went about it actually contributed to killing the project of Three Kingdoms 2. So this is disappointing news, but you're at least communicating. That's really important. I mean, the communication this year has been dog shit. In terms of what they said they were going to do back in their original apology blog back in like 2023, I don't feel like they've met that standard by a pretty long shot, but it's still better than what they were in 2023, which I guess it's like baby steps. Maybe they'll get there eventually. But the only way they're going to get there is if people keep holding them to account, which people have been doing. There's been so many memes on the Reddit and on other platforms, like just dunking on CA for not communicating, bringing up the promises that they've made and how they're not fulfilling it. That's how you get them to actually do it. Because the thing is, if you're complacent and you just let Creative Assembly do whatever they want, they will just go straight back to doing what they were doing in 2023. If you give them license to do the Blood Pack again, that's exactly what they'll do. They'll set the maximum standard that you're willing to hold them to account to. So you have all the power. They don't want you to know that you have all the power, but you do. By making fun of them whenever they drop the ball, by holding them to account, that's how you get them to constantly have to lift their standards. So well done to the entire community for doing that. So 2025 has been a slower year for many of you in our Warhammer communities, and we're not oblivious to that. We're proud of the updates that we've released for the game this year, but we know that what you love most about the game is the option to experience more of it, especially through new gameplay styles offered by new Legendary Lords, all of the unique new units, and the focus we give to reworks and core game improvements. Well, they've been doing a fair bit of this here, but yeah, there's been no new Legendary Lords added in 2025 so far. And I think there was someone on the Reddit that posted that by this point in Warhammer 2's life cycles, in like 3.5 years into it, there was like 10 more Legendary Lords and 7 more pieces of FLC. So it's like there was significantly more added in Warhammer 2 than what has been added so far in Warhammer 3. So production on this has slowed down very much. And also, thing to keep in mind is that Warhammer 2 experienced like the entirety of COVID, which slowed things down dramatically for Creative Assembly, and they still managed to produce more than what's happened with Warhammer 3. Warhammer 3 has been a rough ride. I think most of you will agree to that. There's been some ups, there's been a lot of downs, and that's just, I guess, unfortunate. Whilst the game is in a better space than in previous years, thanks to the efforts we made through 2024, we are currently not meeting our commitments to be more active on these fronts, and we apologize for not being more transparent. And the only reason they're apologizing for that is because you guys are making fun of them and holding them to account. I guarantee that if people were not making fun of them on the forums and stuff about this kind of stuff, that they would not be saying this stuff. They will basically address, without directly addressing your criticisms, wherever you do so. And that's why it's important that you don't get complacent and keep holding them to account. If you want information, demand it. They should give it to you. As long as it's not unreasonable, Creative Assembly, tell us your accounting details right now. No, this is unreasonable expectation, But if you want information about what's happening with the damn game, and the wider community in general is wanting that, then I don't think that that's an unreasonable expectation. Okay, so these are the plans for the next few months. So July, siege improvements that are coming to the Proving Grounds will enter public testing ahead of its release. We'll share details on what's being changed what we're testing for, and process on how we'll handle your feedback before integrating changes into the main game. So, just thinking back to the AI rework, so I've been playing a couple of campaigns in my own time. I don't see any improvement in the AI. I still see them doing the same thing. This is just campaign AI. So I still see them doing the same thing as always, being real stupid, being real cowards, blobbing up all their armies in their capital, waiting for the player to show up, basically. I don't see them as being improved whatsoever. They definitely appear to have more resources, though. But that's just from my playtesting playthroughs that I've played so far. I mean, you guys let me know how the AI updates have gone so far, but for me it feels exactly the same. Like I'm still not being challenged by them. But it'd be interesting to see what happens with the siege improvements, because that is definitely one of the biggest, if not the biggest problem with Total Warhammer 3, is that the siege rework was really quite a downgrade. And it didn't have we didn't think it could be worse than what it was in like Warhammer 1 and 2, but they managed to find a way to do so. And I think one of the biggest things that they could do, and I've heard that it's actually quite difficult to do this, but you got to get rid of bot ladders. This game is never going to achieve its full potential. It's just never going to achieve its full potential in general. There's just too many issues. But anyway, in regard to sieges, you can't reach its full potential while bot ladders exist. Nobody likes them. It's not good. If it means you got to fix the whole fucking AI to like sort that out, I really do think that needs to be done. Bot ladders is just boring. I hate sieges. You guys hate sieges. So many people hate sieges. There's just nothing good about them. And bot ladders, I think, is a big component of that, because it completely invalidates the point of a wall. If anyone can just get inside for any reason whatsoever, like climb over from a different angle, or if a dog can just break through the gate, it really invalidates the point of even having a wall. And so, like, why is just not every unit a siege attacker? Since walls are no deterrent for any units. Is there a unit in the game that cannot get past a wall in Total War Warhammer 3? I don't think there is. Like, you take Medieval 2, for example. In fact, most historical Total War games, there were units that just couldn't get into a city if they didn't have a ram. In fact, that would be the case with most units. You had to build a ram or a siege tower. And if you lost those equipment or you lost all your infantry, you couldn't get into the city, and the game would be like, you can't continue this siege, you lose. I thought that was just a way better system, but it is what it is. Okay, so August, update 6.3 is bringing, so yeah, it says a new major update coming next month, is bringing some overdue quality of life improvements to Tomb Kings and Lizardmen. So I'm pretty happy about this, because if I was to pick like my top 3 factions to update, it would have been Tomb Kings, Lizardmen, and Bretonnia. Sad to see Bretonnia's not getting anything, but I also don't expect anything for them. But I'm glad to see the Lizardmen get some stuff, so it would be really good if they're listening to feedback. I got some ideas about Lizardmen. What I'm really hoping is that they add like a geomantic web improvement. I think that's the main thing, because the geomantic web currently is super boring. My thoughts on it is like have it. Maybe I should make a separate video for that. Let's just keep going. As for the Tomb Kings, they need like everything needs at least some kind of touch up. They're too slow to get started, and they've just massively fallen behind. I think it takes way too long to get canopic jars, and so their campaign is just way too slow compared to others. That's my thoughts on them. But I do like the Tomb Kings and Lizardmen. Both of them used to be some of my favorite factions, but other factions have since gotten way more improvements. It's funny now, Dwarfs are one of my favorite factions. Dwarfs and Warriors of Chaos are like my two of my favorite in Warhammer 3, and they both used to be some of my least favorite. Anyway, and revisions to generic starting traits, that's good, because some of the starting traits are rubbish. We'll also revisit some of the skills used by generic Orcs and Goblin characters to help refresh those to a more modern standard. That's good, but I have no intention of playing Orcs and Goblins pretty much ever again. I think the state that they're currently in is just boring. I am not interested in playing that faction whatsoever, so I don't care whatsoever about this. But that being said, it's not all about me, so if you guys are happy about that, then that's great. All of this will be paired with the usual host of minor gameplay fixes. Yeah, okay. August will also see the release of a newly recorded What's Next video focused on our third faction. So this was the video that was supposed to originally come out in June. Then it said it was coming in July, and now it's August. So they've delayed this one a fair bit. So What's Next? Focused on our third faction for Tides of Torment. Everyone knows it's High Elves, whatever, where you'll hear directly from our developers on what to expect, as well as updates on the changes and revisions that we've made to Slaanesh and Norsca since publishing our early videos in the series. That's cool. don't know too much to say about that. September. We're saving space in September for any necessary hotfixes following August release of Update 6.3. Otherwise, our total focus is on Tides of Torment from here on out. We won't have any major updates planned for release in September, but we'll stay on top of emerging issues as we get to work on the 7.0 update. So this is basically them saying, we're definitely doing stuff in September, but don't expect anything, because it's only going to be small stuff. Basically, no Tides of Torment in August or September. Minimum expectation would be October. That's my interpretation of this. Now, what I say by minimum expectation is it could be November. It could be December. Imagine if it's December, if it's a full year between DLC, which is pretty hilarious in like a sad sort of way. But it is what it is. If things aren't working out the way that it should, you got to spend more time in the oven. It is what it is. It's fine. Nothing about this makes me angry. I'm not really disappointed by any of the news. I'm glad that they are at least communicating. And this is another important thing that we have to keep in mind, is that you always want to, like with community engagements, it goes both ways. If you want to incentivize Creative Assembly to be more open, when they give you bad news, or what they think is going to be bad news, if you react to it in a petulant sort of way, yeah, Creative Assembly, you guys suck, fuck you. If you respond to it like that, then they're not going to do it, basically. We'll just not tell them next time, right? But if they give you some disappointing news and you're like understanding and be like, well, we understand, take as long as you need to, but just, hey, keep us in the loop. Then they'll be like, oh, wow, they responded way better to that than we thought. Maybe we should do this more often. Give them an incentive to behave this way, and they'll continue to behave this way. That's my thoughts on it. So, I don't think it's going to help anyone to get mad about any of this. I mean, if the DLC is not ready, it's not ready. Maybe it's because they allocated too many resources away and it just didn't get done in time. Who knows? We don't know the ins and outs of how Creative Assembly operate. We know it's very poorly managed anyway. There's nothing we can do about that. We don't get a say in the matter. But, they didn't meet their original scheduling times. It is what it is. At least they're focused on quality. That's all. That's the only thing that we can really expect from them at this point. On the topic of Road Ahead, we also want to acknowledge that the growing conversation we see about the game's future beyond Tides of Torment. Yeah, this has been a big conversation. So lots of rumors behind the scenes that I've been hearing, and I've obviously been communicating that. And obviously, because things do change, from what I was originally hearing is like this was the third last DLC. That was information from like a year ago. But because they're changing things up, that information is likely inaccurate now. Maybe it was true then. It's probably not true now. We've seen a few folk asking for specific characters that might not fit in any of our DLC formats. So we are exploring how we might introduce a smaller style of DLC that brings a single legendary lord or hero alongside a few favoured additions. We're working out how these would fit with our schedule, but have a good idea for who the first one could be, and she's someone near and dear to your blood. So I think they did a pretty bad job of being subtle there. That is most obviously, Thanquol, they're talking about there. Obviously Thanquol. No, I'm just kidding. They're talking about Neferata, obviously. I don't think anyone who knows anything about the lore would not have interpreted that to be Neferata. So there's a I don't think they're They're going to be careful with this kind of stuff, because remember like years ago they said Boris Todbringer would have his day? And maybe he will, but that was like 5 years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago now. And people haven't forgotten. They're like, we expect Toddy to show up at some point. So if you're going to say something like this, people are going to expect that that's what's coming. So now you have to do it, Creative Assembly. She has to come. So if she doesn't, everyone's going to be pretty damn annoyed. So look, I would not have a problem if there was a DLC that's like $6, $7. I don't know what they're going to do. It's probably going to be more than that. And it's just one legendary lord. I don't have a problem with that. I don't care about the theme behind her matchup. I mean, really her theme is she really should be paired up with Khalida. So she's already in the game. Who else are you going to pair her with? So, for a good theme. So if they want to do like a one legendary lord and just bring in Neferata with no additional units, and it's just like, here's a new legendary lord, and it's just like a couple of bucks, great. I have no issue with that. I don't really like the massive fucking DLCs, like the $25 DLC, or I don't think those are great ideas. I mean, it's great that they split them up into several packets, unlike what they did originally with Shadows of Change, because they've done that now. But yeah, I think the smaller DLCs would be better. The main thing here, and it's always important to point that out, is that the price has to match. Don't think for a second that people are going to swallow a One Lord DLC for like $20, okay? The price has to match the amount of content on offer. And that was the big problem with Shadows of Change and the whole bullshit that happened with 2023. The price has to match. And the same thing with Pharaoh as well. The price didn't match what was being offered. I'm sure more people would have bought Total War Pharaoh if it was more reasonably priced, but they put the wool over everyone's eyes and be like, oh guys, it's the full game. It's a full game. It's not a saga. $100. $100 Australian, that is. That's what it was on offer for. I'm just like, yeah, bullshit. Yeah, right. Very few people are going to buy that. And that was the case. So they lowered the price, but I feel like too much PR damage was done by that point. Anyway, right now, our Total War Warhammer teams are singularly focused on Tides of Torment, so we'll be keeping all our attention where it needs to be, and we'll speak more on the possible updates of smaller DLC later on in the year. So I'm in favor of smaller DLCs, again, as long as the price matches what's on offer. I imagine that most of you guys would agree with that, but if you disagree with it, let me know in the comments. The thing is, look, I don't know if Creative Assembly reads the comment sections on my video. I know that they do read YouTubers' videos, comments in other YouTubers' videos. I don't know if they do it to mine. But communicating what you would want to see and what you wouldn't want to see is a good way to influence exactly what they're going to do. Like if this was met with universal praise, then they're likely to go ahead with it. If this was met with universal disdain, like on all the forums, no small DLC, we want bigger DLCs, $50 DLCs. Then they'll be like, okay, well, let's just put Neferata in with the end times or whatever is coming as this big DLC. Anyway, next year we'll return with one of the biggest Total Warhammer content packs ever created in the trilogy, alongside some free content. You'll get to see some of this nice and early as part of this year's 25th anniversary showcase. So if I had to guess, I think they're talking about the End Times DLC. I mean, I think this has been a pretty badly kept secret, like a lot of things with Creative Assembly. Of course, they could always have changed their plans, or it was never their plan to begin with. You just never know. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's End Times DLC, as in the final big DLC for Total War Warhammer 3 before Warhammer 40k Total War comes out. They're definitely going to want to get that out before 40k, but who knows, that game could get delayed as well. We just don't know what's going on. And it'd be interesting to see that stuff as well. So to ensure that the journey that we take through this next chapter of the series is smoother and that we are more present in our communities, please do look out for our return to live streams on Twitch and YouTube. This is great news. Really, really good news, because what they had with like Tom and Wheels back in the day, that was great. I really liked those guys. I can't wait. Please, whoever you get to do this, please call me a dickhead. Oh, I love that so much. I really won't get angry about it. End your stream with, and Legend of Total War is a dickhead. Oh, please do it. It'd be such a good nod to it. Or if not me, someone else that has a sense of humor about it. By all means, please do so. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, they probably won't, unless the person is about to quit and they did it off script. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So that'd be good. So that's great, because that was one big thing that I was pointing out really throughout all these other blogs, is that they used to do this and then they stopped doing it. I really liked it, and I think it was good for the community, because I feel like everyone liked Tom and Wheels. Like they had good vibes, and that's all that we were looking for. Anyway, and that allows them to just like stay connected with the community, so we don't have these huge time gaps in between blogs. Like blogs are boring as hell, and it's good to have a human face to actually talk to, and you just talk about the game. I mean, they're not going to give any specific information. They're going to tell you what's coming, but they can, just discuss Total War and just be fans of the game, assuming that they are. But anyway, alongside plenty of 25th anniversary celebration events, we're bringing back community live streams on a regular weekly schedule, so we'll have a one-stop space for all of us to get together and updated on what's happening across Total War. This is really great news. I'm really great to see that. I'm not sure if that's going to bring me back to live streaming. I'm well and truly switched off with that. But you never know. We'll see how things go. I wouldn't say no to it. I'd just say it's unlikely. But I definitely will tune into some of them and see how it's going for them. Probably won't comment in the comment section because that usually doesn't end very well for me. But I'll definitely lurk on at least a couple of them. We want to apologize again for the disappointment of today's news, but hope that you look forward to a brighter road ahead. Okay, so don't apologize for the disappointing news. Apologize for the lack of information, a lack of communication. Over the past year, really. I think that's where the apology needs to be. I have no ill will towards disappointing news. That happens. Shit hits the fan sometimes. That is just part of life and running a business. Sometimes things just don't go well. But it's the lack of communication that's the problem. At least that's what I think. I mean, you guys let me know. Am I right about this? Is it not that it's disappointing news, but it's the lack of communication that people are pissed off about? I feel like that's the case, and I feel like sometimes the higher-ups at Creative Assembly don't interpret it that way, and they think that people just react badly to bad news. But you guys let me know, because I'm only one person. I can kind of make a prediction about how you're going to behave, but I don't know. I mean, sometimes you guys surprise me. But anyway. Oh, and the third faction for Tides of Torment is High Elves, led by Sea Lord Aisling. And yes, we're very excited to show you more of that soon. Oh, wow, surprised. Not at all. So, made that prediction. There were leaks about it. Wow, they were right. Okay, cool. Great. I'm glad it's High Elves, but that was one of the most predictable matches up for a Slaanesh style DLC. Apart from maybe the Dark Elves, but like I've said previously, I just don't know what else they can do for the Dark Elves apart from maybe a bit of a rework. Although the Dark Elves aren't as bad as maybe I've originally led on for ages ago. I guess I just had such a bad taste in my mouth initially with Immortal Empires with them. I still don't think they're a fantastic, fun faction, and there's definitely some work that could be done to them. But they're not as bad as as I originally thought they were, at least in terms of fun. They're very powerful. I was talking about fun factor. But anyway, overall, I'm not really upset about any of this information. It's pretty much exactly what I expected, and I would encourage Creative Assembly to just be more. You don't have to tell us everything that's going on, but you just can't really go weeks and weeks without communicating whatsoever. And then expect that people aren't going to make fun of you, especially when you set the standard back in 2020 and 2021. You had a lot of community engagement, and then it dropped off, and then it's just what it has been like for the past couple of years. It's been shit. It hasn't been good being a part of the Total War community in general because it's been freaking silent, and we have to, for the most part, speculate, which is inaccurate, and that leads to a lot of false interpretations on what's going on, which I've probably contributed to a fair bit of that. But yeah, if they just communicate a bit better, that wouldn't happen anywhere near as much. Anyway, that's the end of this one here, guys. I think we've covered everything. Let us know in the comments what you think of all this. Overall, I'm not upset or anything. I don't feel like it's disappointing. It's just a delay. These things happen. But I'm just glad that they're communicating. Anyway, that's the end of this one. Appreciate you guys, and I'll see you next time. Really curious to hear what you guys have to say about this stuff as well.
I haven't met a human alive who doesn't like history to some extent. You might say you know plenty of examples of people who don't like history, but I guarantee you they've had at some point an interest in a movie or book that was in some way historical. Maybe someone swears up and down that they hate history books and documentaries and whatnot, and then they turn around and say their favorite movie is Saving Private Ryan. That seems pretty historical to me. But then again, I'm biased. I majored in history to teach it, as silly as that is looking back on it. Of course I'm going to say people like history. But I know someone who agrees with me. Trazen the Infinite. Necron nobility, genius, and all-around cool dude, both by the standards of Warhammer 40k and in general, believe it or not. You probably all know the basics of him, I'm sure. That is to say, you all probably know what he's famous for, stealing everyone's stuff like his life depended on it. But believe it or not, there's more to a character than the most noteworthy and fan-recognized trait. As it turns out, Trazen actually has a lot going on for him underneath the hood. He's clever, as all thieves should be, has quite the sense of humor, and even has something that begins to approach kindness and empathy in his own messed up way. And since yours truly has finally done the unthinkable and read another 40k book, that of course being the Infinite and the Divine, I'd quite like to make a video about the fella. Let's see what he's all about, from his many archaeological treasures to the things about him that don't involve blatant thievery.
I welcome all to a place in my carefully curated collection.
But since I'm talking about a Necron character, I think it's fitting I talk about the sponsor of today's video, Mantis Sleep. They've slept for 65 million years, they know bed rest is important. Mantis Sleep's job is a very simple, very important one, making sleep better. because if you sleep well, your life is gonna be better. You'll be healthier, happier, and all sorts of other positive adjectives. To help with this, they make sleep masks and sleep aids, and as someone whose sleeping habits range from college student on finals week to eldritch gods slumbering for thousands of years straight, I will tell you straight up that I greatly appreciate their sleep masks. And these masks aren't made on the cheap, there's some quality stuff. You ever hear of a little something called silk, one of the softest, most luxurious feeling things on the planet? Yeah, they got a mask made out of it. You can even get it in purple, so you get to feel like royalty and wear the color of royalty. Sleep like the Roman emperor you are, you deserve it. But that's hardly the only thing you can get from Manta Sleep. Want a weighted mask? Boom, there it is. That's the one I use, and it is a very nice thing to have. Or maybe you want to listen to something while you fall asleep, be it an audiobook, some music, YouTube videos. Well, Manta's once again got you covered because they've got a sleeping mask with a built-in Bluetooth system. I enjoy listening to stuff like that while I'm falling asleep, but headphones can be uncomfortable. Well, with Manta, you can fix both of those problems at the same time. All of them are freely adjustable too, so there's no need to lose sleep worrying about it not fitting. And even if sleeping masks aren't your style, Manta Sleep still got some goodies for you. They've got earplugs, they've got a travel pillow, they've a nap arc for when your manager isn't paying attention to you at work. Everything you could possibly need to improve your sleeping experience, Manta has just for you. And you know what else Manta Sleep has for you? Deals. Using the link in the description and my code, which is helpfully also on screen right now, you can get 10% off your order. That's https://bit.ly/45vy9wl using code Pancreas for 10% off your order. Make sure you're resting your best with Manta Sleep. Now, let's talk about the funny stealing robot. Spoilers for The Infinite and the Divine going forward. I'm not going to spoil every single plot point of the book, but I'm going to be mentioning it somewhat frequently as a point of reference, so don't jump up my ass because I spoiled the book for you. It's been out for years by this point. Go read the damn thing. It's good, I promise. I know it's scary for some of you, reading Warhammer books that don't have a Primarch on the cover of them, but trust me, it's worth the read. Tracing the Infinite's backstory is that of literally every other Necron character to exist. He used to be a Necron Tyr, the Catan decided the entire species needed to lose the Tyr part of Necron Tyr, and then became a mummy Terminator. In his case, there's some evidence that Trazyn dragged Orican to the Diviner into biotransference himself, which would hint that Trazyn was either a fanatical devotee of the Catan or just a massive douchebag. Of course, Orican's memories were probably messed with by the Deceiver, so it's also equally likely that Trazyn had nothing to do with it. During his time as a Necron Tyr, he was the chief archivist of the Necron Tyr, whose job was to oversee the mummification of Necron nobility. A rather high-status job, if I say so myself. He was also already the historian we know him as today, although with not quite as large a gallery as he would come to have. Since Necron lore goes in the direction it does, it's safe to assume that he fought in the war in heaven against the Old Ones, Eldar, Krork, and all those colorful background lore blurs that GW will never flesh out. Then he goes to take a nap and is set to wake up 65 million years in the future. Although for Trazyn, his sleep wasn't to last quite as long as that. He only slept for 64,990,000 years, waking up 10,000 years before most of the other Necrons. And since even after all this time he was still the Archivist, he set about doing what he does best, which is to say robbing all sorts of peoples of their belongings. Minor Xeno species we don't know anything about, humans, other Necrons, anything you can think of, Trazyn probably has something from its civilization in his planet-sized museum of solemnness. To his credit, not all of these are from civilizations that are still around. There's plenty of planets from still existing empires such as the Imperium that are long gone from memory in all ways except for as an exhibit from Trazyn's archives. Call it grave robbing if you really want to, but I'm willing to give Trazyn the benefit of the doubt on this. These civilizations would have come and gone to the ignorance of everyone around them for all time had he not taken something from them. For a good amount of his acquisitions, I'm willing to say he's doing proper archaeology, not just grave robbing. That being said, a good amount of the time he is just grave robbing. Or stealing and kidnapping, because when you want to get the most accurate depiction of a time period, you have to do some dirty work. And thus we get to what he was doing when he woke up during the Horus Heresy and the immediate aftermath of it. Stealing Imperials. He has replicas of several of the major battles of the Horus Heresy. Having woken up before just about every other major Necron, he had the chance to witness it go off in a way no one else quite did. An outside observer to mankind collectively shitting itself thanks to Horus's little temper tantrum, he knew a chance to get some good historical dioramas when he saw it. So he started collecting Space Marines. A lot of Space Marines. Enough that they'll become relevant later on. He collected more than just that, of course, like Custodians and Thunder Warriors. Also, something I find absolutely amazing is that Trazyn said he found the Imperium to be rather boring. It was all Emperor this, Emperor that. Great scene. Maybe this isn't the best way to word it, but it felt like someone at GW actually understood that perhaps the Imperium isn't the only thing about the setting worth giving a damn about. Of course, immediately after this, Trajan thinks to himself about how the Horus Heresy was just amazing and full of drama and the coolest thing ever, so it wasn't the perfect scene, but at least GW managed to hold themselves back from stroking themselves off to completion. Or it was just too late to remove the line and they shot the guy who called the Imperium boring in an official 40k book. Could be either, really. Oh, and he also claims that he knew Guilliman and was friends with him. He told Cato Sicarius this to his face. Now, this is Trajan. He could be lying, or he could be stretching the truth. Or he could be telling the complete truth to a space marine who would naturally assume he's full of it. Until him and G-Man interact in modern 40k, we probably won't ever know. Probably after Trajan realizes an awake demigod is a lot more interesting an exhibit than a sleeping one, and goes to acquire more museum pieces, as it were. One of the most interesting things he tried to find was this artifact called the Astrarium Mysterios. What exactly it is I won't say, so you can find it out in the Infinite and the Divine for yourself, but he raids an Eldar Maiden world to get at it. The Exodites naturally do not approve of this, but the Exodites exist to lose so other factions can do cool stuff, and that's pretty much what happens. They at least managed to take out a decent portion of the force he brought with him, so they didn't just get wiped en masse like with Eldritch Omens. Or maybe I'm just not as bitter this time because it was another Xeno faction wiping the Exodites out rather than Chaos or the Imperium. This plays into the long-standing feud he has with Orican, who also very much wanted the Astrarium. This wasn't the cause of it though. They've been arguing since before they were metal men, and now that they are, all it means is that when they get angry they can dent the floorboards around them by accident when they go at it. Trajan didn't quite grasp the full extent of what the Astrarium was after Orican stole it, at least not initially. Even throughout the first few chapters of The Infinite and the Divine, as he learns more about it, he assumed he was dealing with a replica of the real thing, though given how rabidly Orican pursued it, he caught on pretty quickly it was the real deal. What follows is essentially an entire book about an old married couple bickering back and forth amongst each other, only the married couple is a pair of Necron lords who could each level a star system in their own unique ways. Without too much spoiling, this book shows just how damn clever Trajan is. Orican, for those who don't know, is a master time traveler, and this is relevant for two examples of Trajan's brilliance. For one, upon learning that Orican was time traveling, he immediately took steps to counteract the problem. He listened to one of his underlings' advice on how to counteract the issue, and proceeded to take care of things in a way that was most fitting for Trajan. Which is to say, he stole from the horde of another dynasty whose members were still entirely asleep. Hey, I said sometimes he's not just robbing people. Memes are born for a reason, and in Trajan's case, the meme about him being a dirty thief is a lot more representative of himself as a character than the Krieg shovel meme. But the other way that Trajan shows his brilliance is that even before he was able to counteract Orican directly, he kept outwitting him even as he traveled back in time. The incident where all this happens was when Trajan and Orican were put on trial by a Necron council. They were a sort of interim government that existed before the Necrons would fully awake 10,000 years from then, designed to keep the peace between those who had awoken early for one reason or another, and generally make sure the Necrons weren't all killing each other for stupid blood feud reasons. Necrons being perhaps the most infighting-prone faction in 40k short of the Orcs and Chaos, this council is not without merit. Orican was trying to frame Trajan as being the one completely at fault, and despite being able to not only completely redo the conversation, but also go back far enough to have a different Necron noble oversee proceedings each time, he couldn't get Trajan to take the blame. In case the meaning of that went over your head, let me rephrase it just a bit. Despite having the power of infinite do-overs and the ability to basically pick whoever he wanted to be his judge, Orican could not outwit Trajan here. So yeah, he's a smart guy, both in his ability to admit when he isn't up to snuff yet, and in just general cleverness. After that, the book follows Trajan and Orican as they attempt to outwit each other and claim the Astrarium and the secrets it leads to which I will spoil little of. We do get to see Trajan frequently pull off the slyest trick up his sleeve, however, which is his body-hopping ability. Trajan can very conveniently decide that a given Necron is actually himself, taking over them and turning them into a new body for himself. He can do it to all sorts of different Necron types as well. Off the top of my head, I don't believe he ever did it to a basic Necron warrior, but that could very well just be because he didn't want to stoop that low. He's still a Necron lord after all, the pinnacle of arrogance in this setting short of Prince Uriel. His mastery of the living metal that makes Necrons up also lets him smile and wink, funnily enough. Not really important, just a cool character trait he has. Undoubtedly lets him be the perfect little goblin whenever he wants to be one. For all the interesting stuff about the guy though, he isn't exactly the most plot-relevant character for a large portion of 40k history. He wasn't intervening in the War of the Beast like with Eldrad, for instance. He did fuck around with Cato Sicarius a bit, and he did threaten Orican with the Catan Shard, which understandably scared the hell out of him, but he wasn't a driving force or a major player in many narrative events for about 10,000 years. He was still busy, of course. His galleries only ever grew throughout all this time. He just wasn't making a point of involving himself in the biggest of battles for the fate of the universe and whatnot. Galaxy's a dangerous place after all, and if he dies, he's dead being a Necron. No soul to resurrect or possibly achieve demon princehood. That's why when he does go out, he's such a big fan of the body takeover trick of his. Even if you managed to kill him, you really didn't. There's also just plain and simple no way to corner down the real Trazyn, as it were, because he's got such mastery over living metal that he warps the Necron body he inhabits to become like his. He still looks like Trazyn no matter what body he takes over, as long as he has a couple of minutes to reforge it to his liking. He also did try and take the Spear of Vulcan from the Salamanders once, but it failed when he was given its spearhead first. It didn't kill him, of course, but he decided it wasn't worth pissing off the Salamanders anytime soon. Wait a couple of thousand years for them to all die out first, maybe. He's got the time to spare. He did make friends with one Inquisitor Valeria, however, becoming pen pals with her. Isn't that nice? It started when she briefly had to stay in his galleries, not as an exhibit, but as a visitor. She sent an invading army of a bunch of Catachan units, and he responded by sending her a letter thanking her for sending so many of them that he not only had enough to fill up an exhibit about a war they once took part in, but replaced some of the lesser specimens with the troops she sent. He thanked her for such generosity as to send so many regiments worth of museum display, and even gave her a gift alongside the letter, a Tesseract labyrinth. She was trapped inside, but he assured her it was a novelty to people like him and herself, assuming she was smart enough to get out. She was, and they had about the closest thing an Inquisitor can get to having a friendship with a foul Xeno. She's later executed for the crime of consorting with foul Xenos, unless I'm misremembering what I read, but hey, it was probably cool while it lasted. You can't really blame Trazyn for that one either, that's just the Imperium being the Imperium. But come the 41st millennium's end, or the beginning of the 42nd, because the actual proper date in 40k doesn't mean anything, Trazyn decided he was going to get involved. No longer on the sidelines, this man, he was instead going to mostly still remain on the sidelines, but this time start throwing things from his collection at the things that were bothering him. Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade was getting revved up to go, and believe it or not, Trazyn was one of the first people to realize something big was about to happen. Not because of a spy network of connections to important people in the Imperium or anything like that, but because he stole a sacred bell belonging to an Imperial saint and it started ringing out in stasis. 13 times to be precise, and Trazyn figured that with the holy bell breaking the rules of stasis, it was either a case of chaos about to do something big or the 40k galaxy was about to have one hell of a rat problem. So he set off to the Celestial Orrery, that thing that can destroy stars with a click of a button. It can also help see the future to some extent, so after a quick chat with the Necrons there, who weren't terribly happy to see him on account of him having stolen their ship before, he's off to Cadia. But wait, I skipped something. He also tossed the Sacred Bell into the webway. Did he do this as part one of some grand scheme to battle chaos, or even alert the Imperium to what was coming? No. He just hoped it would be as annoying for the Eldar as it was for him. In any other scenario, I'd complain that GW was once again screwing the Eldar over for no reason, but that's just funny. Reminds me of Left 4 Dead when you see a card that says, "Do not shoot this, it'll alert the Horde," and then I immediately shot it. Yeah, I was that asshole. Anyways, Cadia. He goes there, and Belisarius Cawl is busy trying to figure out the Necron pylon system that's located on the planet. Cawl is racist, then Trazyn gives him some tips, and then he just starts letting loose with random shit in his collection. If you think that feels oddly generous in action for a chronic hoarder, consider that Trazyn both perhaps wanted to play the hero for once, and the fall of Cadia was a great chance to collect all sorts of different pieces to replace him. One of those things he released was a company of Horus Heresy-era Ultramarines. Remember I said he collected enough of them that had become relevant? Well, here's the relevancy. Give some credence to Trazyn actually knowing Guilliman. Granted, I doubt they're really the best of friends if Trazyn stole some of his kids, but if nothing else, there's actual solid evidence he's at least aware of Trazyn. Of course, we know how Cadia goes. Necron pylons are activated, thank you Trazyn. The day is almost won and the Eye of Terror shut, and then Abaddon throws a hissy fit followed by more literally throwing a Blackstone fortress into the planet. RIP. Trazyn promptly leaves after kidnapping Creed for his gallery, and then starts probing his pet Catan shard for questions. Questions about how to safely enter the Eye of Terror and Great Rift. One gets the feeling he's attempting to steal the mother of all museum exhibits for himself. Although for all I know, he could just be planning to raid Crone Worlds for soul stones like the Eldar do so he can barter with them for more stuff. Never really know with Trazyn. His overarching goal of find more historical artifacts may be clear, but the devil's in the details, you know? Now with the basics of his lore largely out of the way, I want to talk about what he's like. Obviously, he's a bit of a kleptomaniac, but in many ways he's actually quite the kind and introspective fellow. This, of course, comes with the qualifier that he's an asshole and has done pretty horrid stuff, but this is 40k, that's everyone. So putting that aside, let's talk about how he's not too bad. For one, his interactions with Inquisitor Valeria. Trapping someone in a prison cube may not sound like the kindest thing, but keep in mind that she started at first by having an army invade his house. And if there's anyone who'd be able to reliably escape something like that in the Imperium, it'd be a member of the Ordo Xenos. Aside from that, him bothering to show up at Cadia at all shows he's willing to make nice with others. He worked with Call and released who knows how much of his collection onto the battlefield to try and make sure the Imperium won the day. Even taking Creed wasn't that bad, all things considered. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up, but Creed's other option was to die on Cadia and have his soul torn apart by demons. Compared to that, Trajan's Museum is a kindness. And in fact, there's some evidence that the people in Trajan's Museum aren't aware of time passing, so it's not like they're just being tortured for all eternity. The Hammer and Bolter short about him in Solemnus shows that the Dark Eldar and Chaos Marines inside the little dimensional pocket he trapped them in aren't aware of loops. With that in mind, I don't think it's a stretch to say other people in his exhibits are aware they're even frozen in time. That's not to say he's never done something like that. He has a Deathwatch team and a band of orcs positioned right across from each other that are fully aware of the other's presence. If he wants to, he can make sure you're fully aware of the passage of time, full on I have no mouth and I must scream style. But I don't think there's reason to believe that's the case with everyone in his museum. He's also a genuine historian. He doesn't just collect stuff to have it, he is serious about preserving and cataloging galactic history. He gets angry when his displays are ruined, not just because it's his stuff being destroyed, but because history itself is being erased. That's why when Orokin steals the Astrarium for him, he was enraged. Orokin destroyed multiple exhibits of his in an effort to throw Trazyn off during their fight, some of which were Necron-tier artifacts. He was genuinely distraught over them being destroyed, and it extends beyond being angry when his stuff is smashed. A passage in The Infinite and the Divine is Trazyn trying to give a tour to some humans on Solemnus. Now, given that he also told them to stop screaming so he could continue, they probably weren't there willingly, but he at least wants to teach people some stuff. Very relatable to me, even though I didn't stick with teaching as a profession. He also doesn't like needless violence. Infinite and the Divine largely revolves around the planet of Serenade, where a Necron tomb lies with all sorts of secret knowledge inside. When Orokin showed up with Necron destroyers, Trazyn was upset at the damage it was doing to the planet's ecosystem and the people on it. It goes from Eldar, Maiden World to Imperial Colony throughout the course of the book, and Trazyn never once wanted to destroy anything on it to get what he wanted. Well, except from Orokin, he wanted to destroy Orokin, but nothing native to the planet is what I meant. Even if you view it as cynically as possible and view his wanting to limit collateral damage as him just wanting to preserve history so he can steal it later, that's still far more than most characters in this setting would do. He's also introspective in a very depressing way. He's fully aware that when the Necron-tier became Necrons, they lost something, the soul. And he laments that no longer can the Necrons do things like truly appreciate music or create new art. That's part of why he's so dedicated to preserving history. It's both out of a genuine desire to preserve what's come and gone, as well as his way of coping with what's been lost. Speaking of his history museum, I was originally going to cap the video off with a list of stuff Trazyn stole for his exhibits, but to be honest, I think that'd just be a waste of time. If you really want to know, it's not hard to look it up. Just use the Warhammer Wiki or 1d4chan for the highlights. I'll tell you my personal favorite thing in there, though. A Tyranid swarm of quite humorous extent. You want to know what he did with it? Unleashed on the Phalanx to disable it. Sure, this is non-canon and only happens in Battlefleet Gothic's 2 Necron campaign, but I just love the mental imagery of that. What the hell constitutes a Tyranid swarm of quite humorous extent? That's an exact quote, by the way. Is it an entire hive fleet? Because he captured one of those once, it's not out of the question. Alternatively, is it just like 5 of them and he was forcing the Phalanx to play Alien Isolation in real life? Whatever the case, it worked and it was funny. Let's see if he's any good on tabletop. For lore positives, Trazyn gives you the chance to fight for something a bit different by 40k standards. Usually it's for the glory of the Emperor / the Dark Gods, or for survival, or for any number of grand reasons. Trazyn, meanwhile, just wants to burglarize your house. Perhaps not the grandest motivation by comparison, but history is important, and it's a breath of fresh air as far as I'm concerned. He's also one of the more morally good Necron characters, so if that means anything to you, then he's a good choice to field as well. He's also just a silly little guy, so if you want to imagine your army laughing at the enemies all day long, make sure to grab him. Sure, the average Necron warrior won't be laughing, but the leadership will be. For tabletop positives, he's actually surprisingly solid in melee for a historian. His Empathic Obliterator deals D3 wounds, and with the 2+ to hit and AP -1, he's at the very least going to be causing some damage. But if you kill a character with it, all enemy units within 6 inches of him take D3 mortal wounds. If you're fighting against a Horde army and the enemy messes up their positioning, Trazyn's going to make him regret it. He's also pretty tanky, with a 3-up save, 4-up invulnerable save, and 6 wounds. Not the tankiest in the game by any means, but it'll at least ensure that it'll take some concentrated firepower to bring him down. Of course, as you might have guessed from his lore, he can also take over bodies. When he's killed, you roll a dice. On a 2 or higher, you replace an existing character with Trazyn, who comes back with 3 wounds remaining. No rules that happen when a model is destroyed are triggered either. This is not only funny, but can ensure you get a bit more use out of another character who's also on death's door, since Trazyn always comes back with 3 wounds. He also reduces damage by 1 if he's your warlord. Not amazing, but helpful. Aside from that, he makes it a little bit cheaper to use the Dynastic Heirloom stratagem and buffs the movement of nearby Necron core units by a little bit. For lore downsides of fielding Trazyn, in some ways his differing attitudes from 40k characters can be a bit disappointing. For instance, most every Space Marine is going to go down fighting, whereas Trazyn is going to leg it if things aren't looking too hot. I think it's a positive, but if you want the classic 40k go down fighting attitude, you won't get it with him. Really, if you don't like clever characters, you won't like Trazyn. Maybe clever isn't the best word for it. Devious? Goofy? Tricksters. I think that's a good word. Trazyn's a trickster. He releases Tyranid swarms on people as a prank, would happily bombard you from an orbit rather than face you in proper 1v1 combat if he has no reason to, and generally isn't going to play fair if he can help it. If you want that kind of character, the Necrons do have others that fit that mold, but Trazyn certainly doesn't. Not much else to say for lore downsides. It's the history bias, what can I say? I'm not going to look down on a fellow connoisseur of the historical arts. Wow, that made me sound like a pretentious fuckwad. Anyway, time for rules downsides. First off, Trazyn has no ranged weapon, so he's got to get up to the enemy line to really do anything. He's survivable enough to probably make it past the first round of combat, but since he's a Necron, he's therefore slow, meaning he isn't going to be reaching melee terribly quickly. He also definitely shouldn't be fighting stronger characters. Throw him against the standard Commissar and the guardsmen around him are going to be taking some auto wounds. Throw him against Guilliman and you're going to watch the 90 points you spent on Trazyn evaporate in front of your eyes. Best be careful with him, otherwise who's going to collect all those museum pieces? He also doesn't do all that much for the army he's in, unfortunately, and really that's all I've got to say on his rules. It's a shame a character as fun as Trazyn is so simple on the tabletop. Throw him at lesser characters so he can get some free wounds on whatever unit they're attached to, and aside from that, keep him away from the enemy's big guns and he'll probably make his points back. For one final, non-rules related downside, his model is in resin. GW resin, which means it probably sucks and you'll accidentally clip half the model off trying to remove it from the sprue. And there's Trazyn the Infinite. I really like the guy. He's got some deep introspective moments and motivations, as well as the surface-level funny meme stuff. The perfect kind of character, in my opinion. When a character is all deep, tragic thought about the setting and just general grimdark angst, they're boring. When they're just surface-level meme fodder, they're annoying. Trazyn has both, and as a consequence is one of the most well-rounded characters in the setting. Certainly more interesting than a good chunk of the Primarchs. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the unguarded valuables cabinet to my Trazyn the Infinite, giving me what I need to keep on going in between bouts of existential dread. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care out there. I think Tarkov sucks. No, I haven't played it, I just wanted to get that out there, let you all know where I stand on the matter of games I barely know anything about. A friend of mine did put a mod in Project Zomboid that replaced the inventory system with Tarkov's and it was utter garbage, so I know a little bit about it. I know its inventory management is utter garbage, but I play Paradox games, so I'm probably not the authority on it if a game is good or not. If you want a science fiction story, you'll almost certainly have some kind of faster-than-light travel in it. It's by no means necessary. The Martian is a great book, and in theory we could do just about everything in it right now. But for the most part, people expect to be gallivanting around the galaxy at speeds faster than light can go, and for us super nerds, we like an explanation for how that kind of thing works. After all, the only way you can reach FTL speeds requires, as we understand it, infinite energy, which is impossible. As a result, most sci-fi settings have a way around this, giving us all sorts of fun ways to tell Albert Einstein to get bent. The game FTL is jump beacons you can catapult yourself to and from. Halo has slipspace, which varies from the wormhole dimension to the terrifying realm of shadow and darkness that corrupts space-time itself, depending on if the Forerunners and Flood are involved. And in 40k, we've got plenty of options to choose from. If you need to get somewhere quick, there's no better option than the warp, and at the same time, there's no worse option. Jump into hell and roll those dice. The Eldar have the Webway, the Necrons have the home invasion version of the Webway, the Tyranids have gravity. If you can think of it, you can probably find an FTL type in Warhammer, so let's discuss the standout ways that people in 40k throw themselves across the galaxy. Because in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, if you don't have something to pull up on your enemies at with a moment's notice with, then you just can't cut it as a faction. But before we begin, did you know it's just about summer? A time to be enjoying the outdoors, the nice fresh air, and all the benefits of this time of year. And if you're like me, you enjoy listening to something while you take a walk or do whatever else, in which case I have the perfect thing for you, Raycon, the sponsor of this video. Introducing the Raycon Everyday Headphones. These bad boys are the perfect thing to take with you on a nice summer walk, while you clean the house, or anything else. At half the price of other brands, they're already putting their best foot forward, but that's hardly all they have to offer. For one, a 40-hour battery life. You can use them for almost 2 days straight before they need a recharge, which is perfect for those of us who tend to forget electronics need electricity to work. And aside from giving you high-quality sound, they're also incredibly comfortable to wear because of the ergonomic design. I like to throw them on when I work on a script, because between the comfort, the quality, and the active noise cancellation, they help me drown out the world and focus all that much more on what I'm doing. And to make sure you get yourself the finest headphones on the market today, I've got just the thing for you. Experience premium sound wherever you go by heading to buyraycon.com/pancreasnowwork15 to get yourself 15% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/pancreasnowwork15 or the link in the description and pinned comment for 15% off site-wide. When you listen to music, podcasts, and more, you deserve only the finest. So get yourself Raycon's Everyday Headphones today to make all your audio all the better. Now then, time to outrun the Rebel fleet. FTL in Warhammer is, as I said at the start, fairly varied. Much like early Stellaris, there's multiple types of FTL travel, even if one of them is the most common. As current-day Stellaris has hyperdrive travel as the most common, so too does 40k have warp travel as the most common. A good amount of the factions make use of the warp to some degree or other to get around, and naturally some do it better and some do it worse. Although as you'll come to find out, better and worse are almost completely relative to the factions involved. First off, of course, is the Imperium. Imperial warp travel is one of those things that probably has gotten a lot of people into the setting after it's described to them. A young Warhammer fan in the making asks, "Hey, I see this cool sci-fi setting and those ships look cool, how do they get around?" And then someone responds that they get around by jumping feet first into literal hell, which is naturally going to intrigue almost anyone. Sure enough, that's how the Imperium of Man gets around, utilizing the warp to achieve faster than light travel. Consequently, every time they do so, as I said, they're rolling the dice on things going well. Before I get into the various issues they face, I will say that the Imperium is smart enough to realize that jumping into hell on blind faith alone is a truly horrible idea. Except for maybe a ship entirely crewed with Sisters of Battle, but that generally isn't a thing. So the various methods the Imperium uses to keep things safe are instead employed. First off is the Astronomicon. This is the most important thing there is for large-scale warp travel. With how tumultuous the warp can be, something to act as a lighthouse for anyone traveling is a necessity. Created by Big E himself, initially this was more of a stopgap measure. The Emperor wanted to eventually instead convert to using the Webway, which we'll talk about later, but for the time being that wasn't anything close to feasible even for him, so instead the big lighthouse was created. After the Horus Heresy, this was the only option remaining between Magnus breaking the Webway project and Horus breaking the Emperor, so now we're just stuck with it. The Astronomicon manifests as a massive flame of golden light, filling the minds of anyone who can detect it with images of holy saints and the Emperor and all the gothic imagery that makes the setting so fun. Since the average person looking into the warp just results in insanity at best, the Imperium instead uses navigators to detect the Astronomicon and guide a ship through the warp. While it isn't perfect, without the Astronomicon and navigators, there'd be no Imperium. Since it's so important, the Astronomicon is maintained alongside the Emperor by way of feeding him roughly 1,000 psychers a day to keep it going. This is one of the most brutal fates in the setting since it completely drains the soul of the psyker in question into the Emperor and Astronomicon. Prior to this, they're of course in excruciating pain, and if I remember correctly, it's so brutal that the devices used are actually self-cleaning, because when they're done, the psykers just turn into ash. Get a broom and you're ready for the next guy to have his soul sucked. The Astronomicon also causes something called the Fire Tide, which although I believe was only mentioned in the book Talons of Horus, I don't think has been properly retconned, so it's still worth talking about. Where the light of the Astronomicon touches the Eye of Terror, it creates the Fire Tide. It's a giant wall of golden flame that scours planets clean and manifests insane rage demons of the Emperor. They really hate chaos, but they also just go berserk on anyone who comes close. It's also created a nicer fellow known as Imperius, an avatar of Big E who's overall pretty chill. For the opposite of chill, however, it's usually a wise idea to not mention that the Astronomicon worked perfectly fine without the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne. I don't know how your average Imperial would come across this information, but if they did, it'd be best to keep it to themselves so they don't get beaten and killed for heresy reasons. The Astronomicon is all well and good, but it's more of a large-scale thing. It allows the Imperium to function galactically, but individual ships still need their own protection. A lighthouse warning you of danger, after all, is useless if you have no means of avoiding the danger. And so we come to the second mainstay of Imperial warp travel, the Geller Field. The Geller Fields of an Imperial ship are a sort of shield around them activated when transitioning through the warp. It essentially allows for a bubble of real space to be maintained around the ship, keeping all the nasty things that would otherwise get in, out. The Geller field is a mechanical thing. The machine that makes it is mechanical in nature and not entirely magical warp nonsense. That being said, magical warp nonsense is of course still involved. Though off the top of my head I can't remember if I read this in official lore, I feel comfortable saying that part of the reason Imperial ships are blinged out in golden statues of the Emperor is partly because it actually helps to drive off the warp more effectively. Belief is a tangible thing in 40k, and so the belief that these statues actually help strengthen the Geller field in turn causes it to be so. The other bit of magical warp nonsense is the sleeping Psyker whose dreams help power the field as well. This is a bit newer to official lore, but within GW writers this was apparently something that was more or less always taken as fact. The dreams of this Psyker help create and sustain the field, which to me is kind of like fighting fire with fire, and I mean that in the productive slash and burn kind of way to stop wildfires, not the this is a really stupid idea kind of way. This does create some lore problems, however. Geller fields were invented during the dark age of technology, before Psykers were running around everywhere. Powering them with something that didn't exist is naturally impossible. Additionally, that's a whole lot of people the Imperium has to chew through, since now every single ship needs not only use a Psyker to travel, but also needs to replace them quite frequently. And if we really want to double down on the issues, in some of the old sourcebooks for the Rogue Trader RPG, there were descriptions of different patterns of Geller fields which seemed to be entirely mechanical. That being said, I do have some counter-arguments. The idea of logistics is something that, let's be honest with ourselves, doesn't have a very firm relationship with 40k. Goofy-ass lore blurbs are what the setting is built on, and when you travel at FTL speeds by jumping into hell, then how much is logic worth anyways? If the Imperium wants to waste billions of Psykers annually by using them as ship batteries, then who are we to judge? As for the numbers specifically, at least, that's something that newer lore actually fixes a little bit. Psychic Awakening saw countless more Psykers being awakened amongst mankind as the Great Rift tore across the galaxy. With all these new Psykers, the logistical issues of using them as batteries for Geller fields is much less prevalent. And I don't think it's ever been specified there needs to be a certain grade of Psyker for it to work, just that you need a Psyker. Grab some weaker ones for the merchant ships and plug them in. And with the Dark Age of technology, it's not a stretch to say those Geller fields were different in what powered them. Some form of tech might have been a replacement for the Psyker. Alternatively, the warp was more stable back then, so maybe those Geller fields were ultimately weaker, but due to the circumstances of their use, they didn't need to be as strong as Imperial ones. Together, the Astronomicon and Geller fields are what make warp travel possible for the Imperium. Without the Astronomicon, no one would know where they're going well enough to make long-distance jumps, being limited to, at best, a series of smaller jumps across space. Travel times would be exponentially longer, and desperately needed reinforcements would never make it in time to their destinations. Without Geller fields, ships would enter the warp and get swarmed by demons as often as not. And to be fair as possible to the Imperium, on the large scale, both of these things work incredibly well. The countless millions of merchant ships and military patrols not actively seeking out conflict perform their duties with minimal issue. Travel times are accurate enough that anything from military campaigns to shipments of food to hive worlds mostly make it on time, with delays that quite frankly aren't even necessarily worse than real-life travel delays. Anyone who's had to spend their whole day in an airport because of a delay knows that shit just happens on occasion. Genuinely, on the large scale, Imperial warp travel is incredibly reliable for the dangers and difficulties inherent in using hell as a method of commuting to work. That being said, things can still go wrong all the time. How interesting would it be to talk about if things didn't regularly go wrong? The simplest thing that can happen is the Geller field fails. If that happens, you're at the mercy of the warp to not flood your ship with demons, and the warp being the warp, that's asking for a lot. Theoretically, you can get through a warp jump without a Geller field, in the same way you can sail the Atlantic in a canoe. You can do it, you just really shouldn't. It's opening the door for any demon noticing you passing by to pop in for a visit. Even with a fully functioning Geller field, demons can still break through the ship if they try hard enough and are sufficiently powerful. It's just that a lot of the time it isn't much worth the effort required. Nurgle and Slaanesh even have specific ways to dick with ships traveling through the warp. Nurgle has the Geller Pox, which infects a failed Geller field and causes every engineer around it to turn into zombies while the generator shits out demons and whatnot. The Geller field does need to be broke for it to happen, but even the slightest issue is enough. Better make sure all the screws are nice and tight, otherwise it's time for Nurgle's demon diarrhea. Slaanesh, meanwhile, has the Lady of Voids. If the Astronomicon is a lighthouse, the Lady of Voids is a siren, luring unsuspecting navigators and Imperial ships to their doom. Even if everything's working perfectly, though, we do have issues that just happen happen as a result of warp travel. Time travel is not only possible, but somewhat expected. Sometimes it's not time travel as it is a delay. A travel time of 2 weeks took 2 weeks and 3 days. That's, again, the kind of thing that happens in real life with normal weather. But when 2 weeks turns into 2,000 years, we have entered time travel territory, and when you exit the warp at an earlier date than when you entered it, there is inarguably time travel occurring. Sometimes a crew can be dead from the jump, but a warp time travel occurrence means people can see them after they're dead. That happens in the Rogue Trader omnibus. The main character was part of an Imperial fleet, and after a warp jump, he saw one of the ships was completely devoid of life. Cue another warp jump, and he was talking in a meeting with the very captain of the doomed vessel. He didn't mention them dying because he didn't feel like it would make a difference, the warp having already sealed their fate, and if I remember correctly, everyone else involved in the conversation did the same thing. Sometimes Imperial ships will jump to a distress signal, arrive and find nothing, and then get assaulted by enemies. They send out a distress signal, which is then picked up by none other than themselves. Plenty of more minor issues can happen too. Small mutations from warp exposure, bits of the crew going insane, damage to the ship. Warp travel is extremely dangerous even when all the proper precautions are taken. The film Event Horizon, in spite of not being a 40K film, is considered by many to be a soft prequel to the setting because what it depicts can pretty handily be explained by a warp jump going wrong. Once you cross the barrier between reality and unreality, your ship getting possessed is honestly one of the lesser issues you might face. The Astronomicon itself also has inherent problems with it. Perhaps the most worrying is that one day it's gonna go out. The light bulb will burn out about the same time the Emperor does, and the Golden Throne creeps closer to failure with every day that passes. I would bet my life on this never actually happening, because then the setting implodes, or if it does happen, there'll be some miraculous out-of-nowhere fix to keep it around, but it is a danger that will eventually happen, author fiat notwithstanding. As a lighthouse, it can also be used by anyone with the eyes to see it. That's why the Tyranids are beelining it towards Terra, and anyone else with the capability can use it to navigate just as well as any human navigator does. This isn't an issue with traveling per se, but something that could pose a problem to the Imperium if GW didn't hate Xenos. And another mundane problem it has is that the Astronomicon has a maximum distance you can see it at, around 50,000 light years, give or take a few tens of thousand depending on circumstances. The farther you go, the less clear it is until it's impossible to see, turning every warp jump into essentially a blind one. Among other reasons, that's why the contents of the edges of Segmentum Ultima are largely unknown to the Imperium. No one wants to explore areas the Astronomicon doesn't light. Warp storms are another problem anyone traveling the warp faces. It's just what it sounds like. In a given area, the warp is all sorts of messed up and violent, making warp travel basically impossible. Once again, you can try it and can theoretically live, but the only people who are doing that are folks with ultramarine grade plot armor or better. For the most part, a jump made in a warp storm is consigning everyone on board the ship to a gruesome end. These block out the light of the Astronomicon, rendering warp travel even more dangerous. The Great Rift blocks off the Astronomicon from half the galaxy as well, making it somehow even shittier than it already was. Fun fact though, warp storms are purely localized to the warp. They aren't actually rifts into real space, it's only the warp that's acting up, while real space is unaffected by warp storms. If you use one of the FTL methods that don't utilize the warp to some extent, or you don't mind waiting several years to travel between systems at sublight speeds, travel is perfectly possible because real space is unaffected. There are also warp gates for those of you who want a bit more certainty in your warp travel. Though still warp travel, warp gates are essentially wormholes that lead from one fixed point to another. They're damn near perfectly safe and are just about the only spots in the galaxy you can enter the warp without some kind of protection. Unfortunately, they're incredibly rare. No one even knows if they're natural or artificial, and the line only gets blurrier because some of them have been enhanced through artificial methods, but their origins might still be natural. They could be an old one thing, since a warp gate is pretty similar to the northern and southern polar gates of Chaos in Warhammer Fantasy, but even if they are artificial like that, no one knows how to make them anymore. Any that are found become natural hotbeds of activity for no other reason than their safety and reliability. Even if the route they lead you on is a bit out of the way compared to normal warp jumps, that level of security is worth the extended travel times. They still have problems, of course. Some of them do lead into the warp rather than back into the Materium, and for the rest, just because they lead to real space doesn't mean they lead to safety. Jumping into a black hole isn't much better than jumping into the warp, even if your soul is probably better off from that particular death. Chaos also, of course, makes use of warp travel in ways that are both safer and far more dangerous than the Imperium. On the plus side, Chaos Space Marines are devoted to chaos, and as such will have less need of a Geller field since they may well have blessings of one or several Chaos Gods backing them up. Nurgle, for instance, probably won't dick around too much with the Death Guard's warp jumps. And since they more or less live in the warp, being stuck in the Eye of Terror for 10,000 years and even still largely confined to the Great Rift, mutations don't really mean much to them either. Living in the warp has made even the Marines of Khorne who despise sorcery at least moderately proficient at navigating its currents. On the other hand, they're inundated in the warp with minimal protection. It's still incredibly dangerous, and just because it's less likely to kill them doesn't mean it's not a very real possibility, and in some ways it's even worse. The Chaos Gods are all roughly equally happy to insult Imperial ships. Chaos vessels, meanwhile, might have one god maybe backing them up, two gods that would be fine if they're killed, and one god that would be ecstatic if you sunk into the warp and died. Even for undivided warbands, the best you can hope for is apathy from the big four Chaos Gods, and them leaving your survival to your own ability and the whims of the warp itself. Not for the faint of heart, but ultimate power and demonhood are in their eyes worth the price. Tau FTL is in part where warp travel being better and worse between factions comes into play, although to a lesser extent than the green goobers we'll be talking about shortly. The Tau F2 FTL methods I could find, one of which is a warp drive. The warp is often described as an ocean, and much like almost every science fiction setting ever, the whole concept of navies and space travel is likened to sailors voyaging across the sea. Imperial warp drives, however, I would wager are closer to a submarine, diving headfirst into the warp and emerging back above water, or rather back into real space once the voyage is over. The Tau Ether drive, or gravitic drive, meanwhile, is much closer to properly sailing the warp because it only skims the surface. Rather than a submarine, it's almost like a rock skipping across the water. They briefly enter the warp for a little bit and then head right back out before making another jump and repeating the process. This, of course, has pros and cons, and this time we'll go through the bad things first. It's far slower than Imperial warp drives in pretty much all ways. The Tau can't jump across the galaxy nearly as quick as the Imperium, nor can they jump for as long as an Imperial equivalent can. Being several times slower than an Imperial drive, this means the Tau can't respond to threats nearly as quickly as the Imperium can, nor can they do so with nearly as wide a range of forces. The Imperium can call for reinforcements from sectors away, the Tau have to make do with solar systems away. An issue not inherent with the drive itself is the general lack of Geller fields the Tau have. A Geller field isn't a camouflage system, it's a shield of reality to keep the warp out. The Tau don't have this. If a Tau ship is noticed by the denizens of the warp, there's little that can be done to prevent them from assaulting it. Tau ships are also entirely reliant on computational power to navigate the warp, which, while possible, requires absurd levels of computer power to do, and at the end of the day will never be fully reliable. Chaos is predictable in that you can predict what any of the Chaos Gods want at a given moment, but the warp is a nightmare of random bullshit at the best of times. Trying to make 2 + 2 = 4 is impossible as often as not. That being said, the pros outweigh the cons in my opinion in no small part because of the Tau galactic position. The Imperium needs to make quicker warp jumps at the expense of total safety due to their position as the galactic superpower. With the threats they face, they absolutely have to send in reinforcements from across the entire galaxy sometimes. The Tau, meanwhile, don't really face threats on that scale yet. I'm not totally downplaying them. They've faced monstrous threats before, such as Tyranid Hive fleets and Orc Waz, but not on the scale of the Imperium. How concentrated they are is another reason they don't need the speed of Imperial warp jumps. Your reinforcements being limited to only those within a few solar systems means a lot less when that's where they'd be coming from anyways. Even if the Tau could cross the galaxy in an instant, it wouldn't matter because no Tau reinforcements are coming from across the galaxy. Similarly, no expeditions to expand their empire are going that far. I'm sure you could find the occasional Tau ship anywhere in space. It's a big galaxy out there, who's to say the Tau version of an explorer fleet isn't out there somewhere, but no massed expansion like that. As for safety, them lacking Geller fields isn't that much of a pain. The far smaller warp presence the Tau have means they're far harder to detect even in the warp itself. It can absolutely still happen, and if it does, it's probably game over, but the race essentially has Halo active camo on at all times when it comes to demons. In fact, I'd say that's a pretty good way to compare the Imperium and the Tau when it comes to warp travel. Geller fields are like when you pick up an overshield in a multiplayer match. The Tau, meanwhile, have race-wide active camouflage. Their auxiliary races have a far greater warp presence, but their numbers aren't usually enough to present a beacon to any demons in the warp compared to all the Tau. They're also not entering the warp nearly as deeply, further limiting the chance of demonic incursion. And as for them relying on computational power to navigate, while trying to navigate the warp with technology is very unreliable, the Tau have gone through several sphere expansions thus far. Clearly it works well enough for them, or there'd be no Tau Empire. The shorter jump ranges absolutely help with this, since plotting a warp jump over a few systems is far easier than a warp jump over an entire segmentum. Things can still go wrong, like with the 4th sphere expansion causing most of the expeditionary force to be killed by demons and the rest to go at least a little bit insane, but overall it's still fairly reliable. The Tau also have access to the ZFR Horizon Accelerator engine, and depending on how you read the lore, this is now the main and only thing they have. If my understanding of how the 4th sphere expansion worked is correct, then the etheric drive may have been retconned to have been invented here with it, but for the sake of fun and having more options, I like to think they're both available now, if nothing else. Everything's canon but nothing's true after all. What's one more FTL method compared to some other shit GW has tried to push? The ZFR is essentially just a lightspeed engine. It doesn't quite reach the speed of light, but due to actual, real, relativistic science, the crew experiences time at a far slower rate compared to the rest of the galaxy. While this does mean reinforcements are coming in slow as hell, even compared to the previous method of Tau FTL, at least for sphere expansions, it does mean the crew of your ships won't age to death by the time they get where they need to be. The pros and cons of this are fairly predictable. The only real con is the speed, but because of how slow it is compared to everything else, it's a major one. This is a sub-light speed engine. They're not actually going at FTL speeds with it. The reinforcements are not arriving on time. Alpha Centauri in real life is about 4 light-years away. If the Tau were trying to assist the system of an equivalent distance, the fight would be 4 years over, one way or another, by the time they actually arrived. On the plus side, it doesn't interact with the warp at all. There are 0 chances of warp nonsense happening with this thing. So if the Tau were to be smart about things, here's how I'd organize it. Have your military ships outfitted with the etheric drives or whatever the semi-retconned 4th sphere expansion equivalent is. They need to get where they need to be going fast. Have their colony ships and other less time-pressing matters use the ZRF drive though. The planet will probably still be there by the time it arrives, so there's no need to put the pedal to the metal to colonize it. Why only use one when both options are perfectly valid for different circumstances? Now here's where the biggest part of a warp drive's quality being relative comes into play. If you asked your average Imperial ship captain, be they Navy, merchant, or rogue trader, to turn off the Gellerfield and broadcast their presence into the warp, you'd be shot on the spot. If you asked the average orc to do these things, they'd also shoot you on the spot for suggesting any such features be turned on, or were there to begin with. In theory, orcs actually do have something resembling Gellerfields, presumably only ever used when a properly important war boss doesn't want his boys dying before the big fight starts. I have found out, by the way, that whenever I'm talking about the orcs, I've started saying boys and fight like that naturally. I'm not even trying to do it. Green really is best, I guess. But back to the topic, their Gellerfield is just them jamming metal plates and other crap resembling teeth onto their ship to scare off the demons. This may work because of their collective orc gestalt field / their belief in it working making it work. It may not work at all, or it may work because demons know the orcs are more excited they showed up than the demons are to eat their souls. Think of it like a robbery. I gotta imagine any would-be thief would be a lot less sure about mugging someone who's smiling ear to ear, armed to the teeth, and covered in plate mail with the words "Born to Kill" written in crayon on their breastplate. For the rest of their warp drive tech, it's the usual orc affair of being anything from stuff they stole from other races to stuff a mech boy cobbled together in a manic frenzy. Orc FDL tech is wildly unsafe for both the inhabitants of the ship as well as anyone in the vicinity. To once again make the comparison, it reminds me of the different levels of slip space travel in Halo. Humanity rips a hole into slip space, the Covenant do it with surgical precision, and the Foreigners had complete mastery. In this analogy, the orcs are bashing open a hole with a sledgehammer and calling unreality a pussy until it either backs down or produces a fight for them, both of which are good outcomes. For literally anyone else in the setting, this is the worst thing possible. Demons are incredibly likely, health and safety would make even the Imperium, shall we say, lax treatment of its ship's crew look OSHA compliant, and another key thing is that half the time an orc ship isn't even a ship. It's a space hulk they hijacked. In addition to demons, this means they're likely to be crawling with gene stealers as well, and landing on the planet they're heading towards is something closer to an asteroid impact. The ships making up a space hulk are also of varying functionality, meaning the engines or guns of one might suddenly fire and rip the whole thing apart. But consider, viewer, that all of these things are negatives to a species that can be considered sane, and despite what some people may tell you, sanity is not something you can really apply to the orcs as we know it. I'm not saying this as a criticism, they're having a blast. Demons showing up is only a problem if you consider a demonic incursion a traumatic experience rather than in-flight entertainment. Same with gene stealers. Their landings almost always being of the crashing variety means that they don't have to waste time getting to the fight, and starting the fight with an asteroid impact is one hell of an explosive entrance, which orcs also appreciate. As for general safety measures, sure it sucks to be the orc who gets thrown into space after a couple of decaying compartments finally give out. Just don't be that particular orc, bro, or have the grots go and fix things. That's what they exist for. Honorable mention to the shock attack gun, which works by opening a portal through the warp, firing a snotling through it, and then opening a second portal near the enemy so the snotling is launched onto whatever it's pointed at. This, in theory, given the warp, could be used as a method of achieving FTL speed, although given the unreliability involved, I think it's safe to say this shouldn't be your chosen method of travel. Orc FTL is in general like the rest of orc tech. Basically garbage, as much as a hazard to the user as it is to their enemies, but too fun to pass up on using. It's also worth mentioning that during the War of the Beast, the orcs had seemingly utilized another method of FTL travel called subspace, utilizing both their Wa field and gravity. Not terribly orky from my understanding, since being its own little realm meant no demons to fight mid-flight, but certainly a more effective method of travel. They would use it to basically teleport an entire attack moon right above a planet, because fuck you, anyone below these things. The Eldar, of course, have to travel across the galaxy, but the circumstances of their fall have made it a bit trickier. In the glory days of the Eldar Empire, nearly anything was possible. They could waltz right through the warp if they wanted, although probably not for long on account of Assyrian's edict dividing the materium and the immaterium. You may notice a lot of Eldar spaceships also have sails on them. In the past, the ancient Eldar sailed through the warp, treating it like even more of an ocean than the rest of the people in 40k do. All of this was of course done away with the birth of Slaanesh. Now the extent of their interaction with the warp is psyker powers and warp spiders jumping in and out of it, something far too short range to truly be called FTL travel. Thankfully, they have an alternative method of FTL travel to call upon, one that in most ways is far superior to what the rest of the factions have access to. The Eldar Webway, perhaps more accurately called the Old Ones Webway since they built it and the Eldar just sort of set up shop there after they died. While the metaphor isn't perfect, if the warp is the ocean and the materium is above the ocean, the Webway is like a crocodile half submerged into the water, not quite in the warp, but not quite material. It sits between these two realities. In the days of the War in Heaven, the Eldar were taught by the Old Ones how to navigate the Webway as well as expand upon it, so they do have some claim to it beyond squatters' rights. While the Eldar could also use the warp to travel, the Webway is also very convenient. If you know where you're going, you don't need to plot a course like a sailor charting waters and taking storms into account. You can just go from point A to point B and you're there. Better yet, this is the only mass-scale FTL method in 40k that you can use on foot. The Exodite animation GW put out shows Titans walking out of the Webway, and there's nothing stopping an individual from waltzing in and out of it for funsies. The Webway does have some wacky things about it, of course. It's still magical in nature, so it's hardly normal. Time and distance will still have the at best tenuous relationship with how they're perceived by anyone in the Webway. A year walking through it to reach an exit may turn out to be mere seconds in real space, or vice versa. This, however, is more of a feature than a bug like it tends to be with warp travel, since not only is that how it's an FTL method instead of just a big tunnel, but it's far more predictable here. A given portion of the Webway may act all wonky, but you can usually plan for it. Up and down may be relative, but gravity most likely won't suddenly reverse and you go plummeting into the ceiling. It also keeps you safe from chaos to some extent. Most prominently with the Dark Eldar, of course, since Kamara being within it is how they survived the birth of Slaanesh, but I would say it can be assumed it extends to other corruption as well, if only a little bit. If it didn't shield you from chaos, then why would the Emperor want to barge into it to hide humanity from chaos? The Eldar are the only ones who can utilize it to the fullest extent, of course, but with a map just about anyone can use it. Humanity has used it plenty of times, and the Emperor's whole plan was to take it over for mankind, although I believe it was the end of the death that had Vulcan look at what was left of the Webway project and wonder if it was truly possible to begin with. In my eternal bias in favor of the Eldar, I'd have to say no, it wasn't, but Vulcan also wasn't there working on it, so I'm sure he didn't have all the knowledge needed to make that judgment properly. The Necrons also make use of it through one of their newer bits of lore known as Dolmen Gates. Dolmen Gates are like one-way hackjob wormholes into the Webway. Created by the Catan known as the Burning One, they briefly rip open a hole into the Webway so Necrons could flood into it and then exit through another Dolmen Gate. This allowed them access, but the limits of it come from the nature of the Webway itself. See, the Webway is at least partially alive, and tends to not like things that aren't the Eldar or the Old Ones mucking about in it. If some random guardsman enters, they're probably fine, but something like a Chaos Demon is going to be swarmed with the crystalline spider-like guardians of the Webway as soon as possible. The Webway can seal any holes into it, constrict passages to squeeze invaders out, and even cut them off entirely to avoid contamination. The process is by no means perfect, since after at least 65 million years, anything will start to break down eventually. The Webway has decayed far from what it once was, and the Eldar on the whole have lost the knowledge of how to truly maintain and rebuild it. But still, it's alive, and if you have ill will towards the Space Elves, it'll make its displeasure towards you known, which is why the Necrons have to be careful and use those dolmen gates strategically and quickly. It's also part of the reason Ahriman can never have nice things. The whole thing also vents excess warp energy that may be inside of it into the Materium, causing all sorts of problems for anyone who happens to live around one of those vents. Those are hardly the only hazards of the Webway to anyone trying to use it, but the rest of them are largely more downsides towards whoever is unlucky enough to trip into them, rather than something the Webway can do to you. Traveling the Webway, for instance, leaves you open to encountering either the Harlequins or the Dark Eldar. Both of those factions live in the Webway, and both of them almost certainly don't want you in it. Or at least they don't want you in it with free reign. The Dark Eldar don't need an explanation as to why they're a hazard. Once a Cabal realizes they don't need to enter real space to gather all the slaves and future arts and craft supplies in the form of your bones that they need, they're going to rush you. The Harlequins, meanwhile, on a whole, are much more conducive to negotiating and working with other races, but that comes with the general caveat that you aren't inside their house. They will kill you stone cold dead if you are, and unlike the rest of the Eldar, they may very well have kept knowledge on how to rebuild and repair it. Kegarek's an Eldar god, and if anyone in the setting has that knowledge to pass on, it's him. And either way, pissing off a god is a bad idea in general. You can also just get lost. It's a giant intergalactic maze. Wandering it blindly is a great way to end up dead. You can wind up in outer space and suffocate, near a sun and burn to death, inside a particularly unpleasant planetary gate and be murdered, or hell, accidentally end up in Kamara. Since it's intergalactic, you might just starve to death looking for a way out. Boring way to go, but entirely possible. Warp incursions are also a frequent hazard, with entire tunnels often being lost to the warp as it breaches into the Webway. For all the defenses the Webway has, ranging from those inherent to it to those that come from the people living in it, the Webway is under siege from the warp at all times. It isn't necessarily a losing battle, but neither are there signs the Webway will win out in the end. If the Webway falls, the hopes of all the Eldar go with it, so everyone from Craftworlders to Kamarites will fight tooth and nail to keep it safe. In spite of all the dangers, however, it is still without fail the best FTL method in the setting. New passages do naturally form, even if far slower than when they were constructed. It can heal itself, if again slower than the damage is usually inflicted, and if you have the right knowledge, it's faster and more reliable than anything else. It isn't just for safety the Eldar use it, it's because it enables them to strike without warning anywhere in the galaxy. Sure, a Webway gate means you can predict where they'll come from, but almost no one who isn't the Eldar knows where a given Webway gate is, and no one who isn't Kegarak knows where they all are. At any given moment, an Aspect Warrior force can show up outside your house because what you thought was a telephone tower was actually a Webway gate, primed to vomit out angry elves on command. And given both the magical nature of it and the general ignorance of most people about the Webway, I imagine you can never be 100% sure you got rid of a given gate, even if you blew it up physically. There are a variety of other FTL methods in the setting, but a lot of them aren't that much to go into. For example, the other Necron FTL method is something that's been semi-retcon, but also not quite, because Battlefleet Gothic kind of undid it. Inertialess drives are a scientific way to breach the light barrier. No warp travel or anything required. No risk of demons, and as long as the engine doesn't crap out on you, no risk of anything, really. This is the kind of thing that makes the Webway look like it came out of a used car dealership, which is why I imagine it was largely retconned. However, Battlefleet Gothic does bring them back as an ability for Necron ships. It sure enough basically lets you teleport, but the drawback is that they're fairly limited in range and it takes an ungodly amount of time to recharge. Honestly, it's a nice way of making the older and newer lore connect if they keep using it like that. Inertialess drives are peerless for getting a quick tactical advantage, and in a pinch can be used for long-distance movement, but for more practical large-scale usage, breaching into the Webway is the better option. The Tyranids, meanwhile, have a funky little bioship called a Narval. How this thing works specifically is a mystery, let's call it. Liberties with science is one way to put it, but 40k isn't really science fiction, so who cares? but it essentially allows the Tyranids to create gravitational corridors and compress space in a result that sounds far closer to traditional wormholes to allow the Tyranids to achieve FTL speeds. Apparently, it can also massively disrupt the gravity of smaller planets and moons, causing tectonic activity ranging from earthquakes to volcanic eruptions. Solar flares aren't even off the table. Now, logically speaking, this makes zero sense. This thing isn't even a mile long. There's absolutely no way it could create enough gravity to cause a star to erupt into solar flares or a planet's mantle to begin going haywire. But 40k is 40k, so I guess the funny bug ship can just do that. Presumably the Tyranids don't just make a million of these things and destroy everything they fight with gravity waves, because then there'd be nothing left to eat. That and these things are otherwise defenseless, but if you can cause a planet's mantle to go nuclear, then surely you could weaponize that in space. But we probably shouldn't question the logic of Tyranid bioships, or the hive mind in general. After all, I'm pretty sure someone online figured out that nebulae would be the best source of nutrients for the Tyranids rather than people, but they don't chase after space clouds terribly often. Sorcery and psyker powers can also be used to transport yourself across the galaxy, but calling this FTL does feel like stretching things a bit. You're certainly moving across the galaxy at FTL speed, so it does count, but usually you think of hyperdrives and starships with that kind of thing, you know? Nevertheless, it can be done. Some word-bearers teleported onto Macragge via sorcery during the Horus Heresy, and Eldrad himself seemed to come and go as he pleased on the Blueberry homeworld as well during the same book the word-bearers did it. I want to say it was Unremembered Empire this happened in, but off the top of my head I can't remember, which is fitting if nothing else given the title, I suppose. That kind of thing not only requires a substantial amount of power for individuals, but it'll scale massively the more people you want to teleport. It can of course be done. Teleporting with wizardry isn't uncommon in things like D&D, let alone 40k. But if you want to transverse the hellscape of the warp with an army, you better have every precaution possible taken before you do it. And those are just about all the main methods of FTL travel in 40k. Almost all of them are incredibly dangerous, the ones that aren't are incredibly slow, and overall, they all kinda suck. But they suck in that 40k way, where if they didn't suck, they wouldn't be nearly as fun. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the FTL to my 40k, sending me forward at breakneck speeds to glory and or doom. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care out there. Alright, so I had a Mechanicus moment. The way I mod the game FTL is through some launcher or other, but the problem is I downloaded it and did everything with the launcher like 8 years ago. I don't even remember the name of where I got it from. I no longer remember how it works or where to put files to make new mods appear in the game, and quite frankly, I'm scared to investigate in case I ruin everything. All criticism of the Imperium for getting stuff I've ever had, I'm now revoking. I get it now. I completely understand how things can just get lost.
A Warhammer Novel, Godric and Felix, Volume 1, Trollslayer, by William King. This is a dark age, a bloody age, an age of demons and of sorcery. It is an age of battle and death, and of the world's ending. Among all the fire, flame, and fury, it is a time, too, of mighty heroes, of bold deeds, and great courage. At the heart of the old world sprawls the Empire, the largest and most powerful of all the human realms. Known for its engineers, sorcerers, traders, and soldiers, it is a land of great mountains, mighty rivers, dark forests, and vast cities. And from his throne in Altdorf reigns the Emperor Karl Franz, sacred descendant of the founder of these lands, Sigmar, and wielder of his magical warhammer. But these are far from civilized times. Across the length and breadth of the old world, from the knightly palaces of Bretonnia to icebound Kislev in the far north, come the rumblings of war. In the towering World's Edge Mountains, the orc tribes are gathering for another assault. Bandits and renegades harry the wild southern lands of the border princes. There are rumors of rat-things, the Skaven, emerging from the sewers and swamps across the land. And from the northern wildernesses there is the ever-present threat of chaos, of demons and beastmen corrupted by the foul powers of the dark gods. As the time of battle draws ever near, the Empire needs heroes like never before. Story number 1. Geheimnisnacht. After the terrible events and nightmare adventures we endured in Altdorf, my companion and I fled southwards, following no path more certain than that chosen for us by blind chance. We took whatever means of transport presented itself, stagecoach, peasant cart, drayage wagon, resorting to our own 2 feet when all else failed. It was a difficult and fear-filled time for me. At every turn, it seemed, we stood in imminent danger of arrest and either imprisonment or execution. I saw sheriffs in every tavern and bounty killers behind every bush. If the troll slayer suspected that things might have been otherwise, he never bothered to tell me. To one as ignorant of the true state of our legal system as I was back then, it seemed all too possible that the entire apparatus of our mighty and extensive state might be bent to the apprehension of 2 fugitives such as ourselves. I did not have then any idea of quite how feebly and randomly the rule of law was applied. It was indeed a pity that all those sheriffs and bounty killers who have peopled my imagination did not in actuality exist, for perhaps then evil would not have flourished quite so strongly within the boundaries of my homeland. The extent and the nature of the evil was to become very clear to me one dark evening after boarding a southbound stagecoach on what is perhaps the most ill-omened night of our entire calendar. From My Travels with Gotrek, Volume 2, by Herr Felix Jäger, Altdorf Press, 2505. "Damn all manling coach drivers and all manling women," Gotrek Gurnison muttered, adding a curse in Dwarfish. "You did have to insult the Lady Isolde, didn't you?" Felix Jäger said peevishly. "As things are, we're lucky they didn't just shoot us. If you call it lucky to be dumped in the Reichwald on Geheimnisnacht Eve." "We paid for our passage. We were just as entitled to sit inside as her. The drivers were unmanly cowards," Gotrek grumbled. "They refused to meet me in hand-to-hand. I would not have minded being spitted on steel, but being blasted with buckshot is not a death for a troll slayer." Felix shook his head. He could see that one of his companion's black moods was coming on. There would be no arguing with him, and Felix had plenty of other things to worry about. The sun was setting, giving the mist-covered trees a ruddy hue. Long shadows danced eerily and brought to mind many frightening tales of the horrors to be found under the canopies of trees. He wiped his nose with the edge of the cloak, then pulled the Sudenland wool tight about him. He sniffed and looked at a sky where Morsleb and Mansleb, the lesser and greater moons, were already visible. Morsleb seemed to be giving a faint greenish glow. That wasn't a good sign. "I think I have a fever coming on," Felix said. The troll slayer looked up at him and chuckled contemptuously. In the last rays of the dying sun, his nose chain was a bloody arc running from nostril to earlobe. "Yours is a weak race," Gotrek said. "The only fever I feel this eve is battle fever. It sings in my head." He turned and glared out into the darkness of the woods. "Come out, little beast man," he bellowed. "I have a gift for you." He laughed loudly and ran his thumb along the edge of the blade of his great two-handed axe. Felix saw that it drew blood. Gotrek began to suck his thumb. "Sigmar preserve us, be quiet," Felix hissed. "Who knows what lurks out there on a night like this one?" Gotrek glared at him. Felix could see the glint of insane violence appear in his eyes. Instinctively, Felix's hand strayed nearer to the pommel of his sword. "Don't give me any orders, manling. I am of the elder race, and I am beholden only to the kings under the mountain, exiled though I may be." Felix bowed formally. He was well schooled in the use of the sword. The scars on his face showed that he had fought several duels in his student days. He had once killed a man, and so ended a promising academic career. But still, he did not relish the thought of fighting the Troll Slayer. The tip of Gotrek's crested hair came only to the level of Felix's chest, but the dwarf outweighed him, and he was all muscle. And Felix had seen Gotrek use that axe. The dwarf took the bow as an apology, and turned once more to the darkness. Come out," he shouted. "I care not if all the powers of evil walk the woods this night. I will face any challenger." The dwarf was working himself up to a pitch of fury. During the time of their acquaintance, Felix had noticed that the Trollslayer's long periods of brooding were often followed by brief explosions of rage. It was one of the things about his companion that fascinated Felix. He knew that Gotrek had become a Trollslayer to atone for some kind of crime. He was sworn to seek death in unequal combat with fearsome monsters. He seemed bitter to the point of madness, yet he kept to his oath. Perhaps, thought Felix, I too would go mad if I had been driven into exile among strangers, not even of my own race. He felt some sympathy for the crazed dwarf. Felix knew what it was like to be driven from home under a cloud. The duel with Wolfgang Krasner had caused quite a scandal. At that moment, however, the dwarf seemed bent on getting them both killed, and he wanted no part of it. Felix continued to plod along the road, casting an occasional worried glance at the bright full moons. Behind him, the ranting continued. "Are there no warriors among you? Come and feel my axe. She thirsts." Only a madman would so tempt fate and the dark powers on Geheimnisnacht, the night of mystery, in the dark reaches of the forest, Felix decided. He could make out chanting in the flinty, guttural tongue of the mountain dwarves. Then once more in Reichspiel. He heard, "Send me a champion." For a second there was silence. Condensation from the clammy mist ran down his brow. Then, from far, far away, the sound of galloping horses rang out in the quiet night. What has the maniac done? Felix thought. Has he offended one of the old powers? Have they sent their demon riders to carry them away? Felix stepped off the road. He shuddered as the wet leaves fondled his face. They felt like dead men's fingers. The thunder of hooves came closer, moving with hellish speed along the forest road. Surely only a supernatural being could keep such breakneck pace on the winding forest road. He felt his hand shake as he unsheathed his sword. I was foolish to follow Gotrek, he thought. Now I'll never get the poem finished. He could hear the loud neighing of horses, the cracking of a whip and mighty wheels turning. "Good," Gotrek roared. His voice drifted from the trail behind. "Good." There was a loud bellowing, and 4 immense jet-black horses, drawing an equally black coach, hurtled past. Felix saw the wheels bounce as they hit a rut in the road. He heard the sound of feet coming closer. The bushes were pulled aside. Before him stood Gotrek, looking madder and wilder than ever before. His crest was matted, brown mud was smeared over his tattooed body, and his studded leather jerkin was ripped and torn. "The snotling fondlers tried to run me over," he yelled. "Let's get after them." He turned and headed up the muddy road at a fast trot. Felix noted that Gotrek was singing happily in Kazalid. Further down the Bogenhaven Road, the pair found the Standing Stones Inn. The windows were shuttered and no lights showed. They could hear a neighing from the stables, but when they checked there was no coach, black or otherwise, only some skittish ponies and a peddler's cart. "We've lost the coach. Might as well get a bed for the night," Felix suggested. He looked warily at the smaller moon, Morsleb. The sickly green glow was getting stronger. "I do not like being abroad under this evil light." "You are feeble, manling. Cowardly, too." "They are gonna have ale inside." "On the other hand, some of your suggestions are not without merit. Watery though human beer is, though." "Of course," Felix said. Gotrek failed to spot the note of irony in his voice. The inn was not fortified, but the walls were thick, and when they tried the door, they found it was barred. Gotrek began to bang it with the butt of his axe shaft. There was no response, though. "I can smell humans within," Gotrek said. Felix wondered how he could smell anything over his own stench. Gotrek never washed, and his hair was matted with animal fat to keep his red-dyed crest in place. "They'll have locked themselves in. Nobody goes abroad on Geheimnisnacht, unless they're witches or demon lovers." "That black coach was abroad," Gotrek said. "Its occupants were up to no good. The windows were curtained and the coach bore no crest of arms." "My throat is too dry to discuss such details. Come on, open up in there, or I'll take my axe to your door." Felix thought he heard some movement inside. He pressed an ear to the door. He could make out a mutter of voices and what sounded like weeping. "Unless you want me to chop through your head, manling, I suggest you stand aside," Gotrek said to Felix. "Just a moment. I say, you inside, open up. My friend has a very large axe and a very short temper. I suggest you do as he says or lose your door." "What was that about short?" Gotrek said touchily. From behind the door came a thin, quavering cry. "In the name of Sigmar, begone, you demons of the pit!" "Right, that's it," Gotrek snapped. "I've had enough." He drew the axe back in a huge arc. Felix saw the runes on the blade gleam in the Morsleb's light. He leapt aside. "In the name of Sigmar," Felix shouted, "you cannot exorcise us. We are simple, weary travelers." The axe bit into the door with a chunking sound. Splinters of wood flew from it. Gotrek turned to Felix and grinned evilly up at him. Felix noted the missing teeth. "Shoddily made, these manling doors," Gotrek said. "I suggest you open up while you still have a door," Felix called. "Wait," the quavering voice said. "That door cost me 5 crowns from Jorgen the carpenter." The door was unlatched, and then it opened. A tall, thin man with a sad face, framed by lank white hair, stood there. He had a stout club in one hand. Behind him stood an old woman who held a saucer that contained a guttering candle. "You will not need your weapon, sir. We require only a bed for the night," Felix said. "And ale," the dwarf grunted. "And ale," Felix agreed. "Lots of ale," Gotrek said. Felix looked at the old man and shrugged helplessly. Inside, the inn had a low common room. The bar was made of planks stretched across 2 barrels. From the corner, 3 armed men who looked like traveling peddlers watched them wearily. They had daggers drawn. The shadows hid their faces, but they seemed worried. The innkeeper hustled the pair inside and slid the bars back into place. "Can you pay, Herr Doctor?" he asked nervously. Felix could see the man's Adam's apple moving. "I am not a professor, I am a poet," he said, producing his thin pouch and counting out his few remaining gold coins. "But yes, I can pay." "Food," Gotrek said, "and ale." At this the old woman burst into tears. Felix only stared. "The hag is discomfited," Gotrek said. The old man nodded. Our hunter is missing on this of all nights." "Get me some ale," Gotrek said. The innkeeper backed away. Gotrek got up and stumped over to where the peddlers were sitting. They regarded him warily. "Do any of you know about a black coach driven by 4 black horses?" Gotrek asked. "You have seen the black coach?" one of the peddlers asked. The fear was evident in his voice. "Seen it. The bloody thing nearly ran me over." A man gasped. Felix heard the sound of a ladle being dropped. He saw the innkeeper stoop to pick it up and begin refilling the tankard. "You are lucky then," the fattest and most prosperous-looking peddler said. "Some say the coach is driven by demons. I have heard it passes here on Geheimnisnacht every year. Some say it carries wee children from Altdorf, who are sacrificed at the Darkstone Ring." Gotrek looked at him with interest. Felix did not like the way this was developing. "Surely that is only a legend," he said. "No, sir," the innkeeper shouted. "Every year we hear the thunder of its passing. 2 years ago Gunther looked out and saw it, a black coach just as you describe." At the mention of Gunther's name, the old woman began to cry again. The innkeeper brought stew and 2 great steins of ale. "Bring some beer for my companion, too," Gotrek said. The landlord went away for another stein. "Who is Gunther?" Felix asked when he returned. There was another wail from the old woman. "More ale," Gotrek said. The landlord looked in astonishment at the empty flagons. "Take mine," Felix said. "Now, mine host, who is Gunther?" "And why does the old hag howl at the very mention of his name?" Gotrek asked, wiping his mouth on his mud-encrusted arm. "Gunther is our son. He went out to chop wood this afternoon, and he has not returned." "Gunther is a good boy," the old woman sniffled. "How will we survive without him?" "Perhaps he is simply lost in the woods." "Impossible," the innkeeper said. "Gunther knows the woods around here like the back of his hand. He should have come home hours ago. I fear the coven has taken him as a sacrifice." "It is just like Lotte Hauptmann's daughter, Ingrid," the fat peddler said. The innkeeper shot him a dirty look. "I want no tales told about our son's betrothed," he said. "Let the man speak," Gotrek said. The peddler looked at him gratefully. "The same thing happened last year in Harzroch, just down the road. Goodwife Hauptmann looked in on her teenage daughter Ingrid just after sunset. She thought she heard banging coming from her daughter's room. The girl was gone, snatched by who knows what sorcerous power from her bed in a locked house. The next day the hue and cry went up. We found Ingrid. She was covered in bruises in a terrible state." He looked at them to make sure he had their attention. "Did you ask her what happened?" Felix said. "Aye, sir. It seems she was carried off by demons, wild things of the wood, to Darkstone Ring. There the coven waited with evil creatures from the forest. They made to sacrifice her at the altar, but she broke free from the captors and invoked the good name of Blessed Sigmar. While they reeled, she fled. They pursued her, but they could not overtake her." "That was lucky," Felix said dryly. "There is no need to mock, Herr Doctor. We made our way to the stones, and we did find all manner of tracks in the disturbed earth, including those of humans and beasts and cloven-hoofed demons, and a yearling infant gutted like a pig upon the altar." "Cloven-hoofed demons?" Gotrek asked. Felix didn't like the look of interest in his eyes. The peddler nodded. "I would not venture up to Darkstone Ring tonight," the peddler said. "Not for all the gold in Altdorf." "It would be a task fit for a hero," Gotrek said, looking meaningfully at Felix. Felix was shocked. "Surely you cannot mean—" "What better task for a troll slayer than to face these demons on their sacred night? It would be a mighty death." "It would be a stupid death," Felix muttered. What was that? Nothing, nothing. You are coming, aren't you? Gotrek said menacingly. He was rubbing his thumb along the blade of his axe. Felix noticed that it was bleeding again. He nodded slowly. An oath is an oath. The dwarf slapped him upon the back with such force that he thought his ribs would break. Sometimes, manling, I think you may have just a bit of dwarf blood in you. Not that any of the elder race would stoop to such a mixed marriage, of course. He stomped back to his ale. Of course, his companion said, glaring at his back. Felix fumbled in his pack for his mail shirt. He noticed that the innkeeper and his wife and the peddlers were looking at him. Their eyes held something that looked close to awe. Gotrek sat near the fire drinking ale and grumbling in Dwarfish. "You're not really going with him?" the fat peddler whispered. Felix nodded. "Why?" "He saved my life. I owe him a debt." Felix thought it best not to mention the circumstances under which Gotrek had saved him. "I pulled the manling out from the hooves of the Emperor's cavalry," Gotrek shouted. Felix cursed bitterly. The Trollslayer had the hearing of a wild beast, as well as the brains of one, he thought to himself, continuing to pull on his mail shirt. Aye, the manling thought it clever to put his case to the Emperor with petitions and protest marches. Old Karl Franz chose to respond, quite sensibly, with a cavalry charge. The peddlers were starting to back away. "An insurrectionist," Felix heard one mutter. Felix felt his face flush. It was yet another cruel and unjust tax. A silver piece for every window indeed. To make it worse, all the fat merchants bricked up their windows, and the Althorp militia went around knocking holes in the side of poor folks' hovels. We were right to speak out. "There's a reward for the capture of insurrectionists," the peddler said. "A big reward." Felix stared at him. "Of course, the Imperial cavalry were no match for my companion's axe," he said. "Such carnage! Heads, legs, arms everywhere. He stood on a pile of corpses." "They called for archers," Gotrek said. "We departed down a back alley. Being spitted from afar would be an unseemly death." The fat peddler looked at his companions, then at Gotrek, then at Felix, then back at his companions. "A sensible man keeps out of politics," he said to the man who had talked of rewards. He looked at Felix. "No offense, sir." "None taken," Felix said. "You are absolutely correct." "Insurrectionist or no," the old woman said, "may Sigmar bless you if you bring back my little Gunther." "He is not little, Lise," the innkeeper said. "He is a strapping young man. Still, I hope you bring my son back. I am old, and I need him to chop wood and shoe the horses and lift the kegs and—" "I am touched by your paternal concern, sir," Felix interrupted. He pulled his leather cap down on his head. Gotrek got up and looked at him. He beat his chest with one meaty hand. "Armor is for women and girly elves," he said. "Perhaps I am best to wear it, Gotrek, if I am to return alive with the tale of your deeds, as I did, after all, swear to do." "You have a point, manling, and remember that is not all you swore to do." He turned to the innkeeper. "How will we find this Darkstone ring?" Felix felt his mouth go dry. He fought to keep his hands from shaking. "There is a trail. It runs from the road. I will take you to its start." "Good," Gotrek said. "This is too good an opportunity to miss. Tonight I will atone for my sins and stand among the iron halls of my fathers. Great Grungni willing." He made a peculiar sign over his chest with his clenched right hand. "Come, manling, let us go." He strode out the door. Felix picked up his pack. At the doorway the old woman stopped him and pressed something into his hand. "Please, sir," she said, "take this. It is a charm of Sigmar. It will protect you. My little Gunther wears its twin." "And much good it's done him," Felix was about to say, but the expression on her face stopped him. It held fear, concern, and perhaps hope. He was touched. "I'll do my best, Frau." Outside, the sky was bright with the green witchlight of the moons. Felix opened his hand. In it was a small iron hammer on a fine linked chain. He shrugged and hung it around his neck. Gotrek and the old man were already moving down the road. He had to run to catch up. "What do you think these are, manling?" Gotrek said, bending close to the ground. Ahead of them, the road continued on towards Harzroch and Bogenhaven. Felix leaned on the league marker. This was the edge of the trail. Felix hoped the innkeeper had returned home safely. "Tracks," he said, "going north." "Very good, manling. They are coach tracks, and they take the trail north to the Darkstone Ring." "The Black Coach?" Felix said. "I hope so. What a glorious night! All my prayers are answered. A chance to atone and to get revenge on the swine who nearly ran me over." Gotrek cackled gleefully, but Felix could sense a change in him. He seemed tense, as if suspecting that his hour of destiny were arriving, and he would meet it badly. He seemed unusually talkative. "A coach? Does this coven consist of noblemen, manling? Is your empire so very corrupt?" Felix shook his head. "I don't know. It may have a noble leader. The members are most likely local folk. They say the taint of chaos runs deep in these out-of-the-way places." "I could weep for the folly of your people, manling. To be so corrupted that your rulers could sell themselves over to the powers of darkness. This is a terrible thing." "Not all men are so," Felix said angrily. "True, some seek easy power or the pleasures of the flesh, but they are few. Most people keep the faith. Anyway, the elder race are not so pure either. I have heard tales of whole armies of dwarves dedicated to the ruinous powers." Gotrek gave a low, angry growl and spat on the ground. Felix gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. He wondered whether he had pushed the Trollslayer too far. "You are correct," Gotrek said, his voice soft and cold. "We do not lightly talk about such things. We have vowed eternal war against the abominations you mention and their dark masters." "As have my own people. We have our witch hunts and our laws." Gotrek shook his head. "You people do not understand. They are soft and decadent and live far from the war. They do not understand the terrible things which gnaw at the roots of the world and seek to undermine all of us. Witch hunts? Ha!" He spat on the ground. "Laws? There is only one way to meet the threat of chaos." He brandished his axe meaningfully. They trudged wearily through the forest. Overhead, the moons gleamed feverishly. Morsleep had become even brighter, and now its green glow stained the sky. A light mist had gathered, and the terrain they moved through was bleak and wild. Rocks broke through the turf like plague spots breaking through the skin of the world. Sometimes Felix thought he could hear great wings passing overhead, but when he looked up, all he could see was the glow in the sky. The mist distorted and spread so that it looked as though they walked along the bed of some infernal sea. There was a sense of wrongness about this place, Felix decided. The air tasted foul, and the hairs on the nape of his neck constantly prickled. Back when he had been a boy in Altdorf, he had sat in his father's house and watched the skies go black with menacing clouds. Then had come the most monstrous storm in living memory. Now he felt the same sense of anticipation. Mighty forces were gathering close to here, he was certain. He felt like an insect crawling over the body of a giant that could at any moment awake and crush him. Even Gotrek seemed oppressed. He had fallen silent, and did not even mumble to himself as he usually did. Now and again he would stop and motion for Felix to stand quiet. Then he would stand and sniff the air. Felix could see that his whole body tensed, as if he strained with every nerve to catch the slightest trace of something. Then they would move on. Felix's muscles all felt tight with tension. He wished he had not come. Surely, he told himself, my obligation to the dwarf does not mean I must face death myself. Perhaps I can slip away in the mist. He gritted his teeth. He prided himself on being an honorable man, and the debt he owed the dwarf was real. The dwarf had risked his life to save him. Granted, at the time he had not known Gotrek was seeking death, courting it as a man courts a desirable lady. It still left him under an obligation, though. He remembered the riotous drunken evening in the taverns of the Maze, when they had sworn blood brothership in that curious dwarfish rite, and he had agreed to help Gotrek in his quest. Gotrek wished his name remembered and his deeds recalled. When he had found out that Felix was a poet, the dwarf had asked Felix to accompany him. At the time, in a warm glow of beery camaraderie, it had seemed like a splendid idea. The Trollslayer's doomed quest had struck Felix as excellent material for an epic poem, one that would make him famous. Little did I know, Felix thought, that it would lead him to this: hunting for monsters on Geheimnisnacht. He smiled ironically. It was easy to sing of brave deeds in the tavern and playhalls, where horror was a thing conjured at the words of a skilled craftsman. Out here, though, it was different. His bowels felt loose with fear, and the oppressive atmosphere made him want to run screaming. Still, he tried to console himself, this is fit subject matter for a poem. If only I lived to write it. The woods became deeper and more tangled. The trees took on the aspect of twisted, uncanny beings. Felix felt as if they were watching him. He tried to dismiss the thought as fantasy, but the mist and the ghastly moonlight only stimulated his imagination. He felt as if every pool of shadow contained a monster. Felix looked down at the dwarf. Gotrek's face held a mixture of anticipation and fear. Felix had thought him immune to terror, but now he realized it was not so. A ferocious will drove him to seek his doom. Feeling that his own death might be near at hand, Felix asked the question that he had long been afraid to utter. Herr Trollslayer, what is it that you did you must atone for? What crime drives you to punish yourself so? Gotrek looked up to him, then turned his head to gaze off into the night. Felix watched the cable-like muscles of his neck ripple like serpents as he did so. If another man asked me that question, I would slaughter him. I make allowances for your youth and ignorance and the friendship rite we have undergone. Such a death would make me a kinslayer. That is a terrible crime. Such crimes we do not talk about. Felix had not realized that the dwarf was so attached to him. Gotrek looked up to him as if expecting a response. I understand, Felix said. Do you, manling? Do you really? The Trollslayer's voice was as harsh as stones breaking. Felix smiled ruefully. In that moment he saw the gap that separated man from dwarf. He would never understand their strange taboos, their obsession with oaths and order and pride. He could not see what would drive the Trollslayer to carry out his self-imposed death sentence. Your people are too harsh on themselves, he said. And yours are too soft, the Trollslayer replied. They fell into silence. Both were startled by a quiet, mad laugh. Felix turned, whipping up his blade into the guard position. Gotrek raised his axe. Out of the mist, something shambled. Once it had been a man, Felix decided. The outline was still there. It was as if some mad god held the creature close to a demonic fire until flesh dripped and ran, then had left it to set in a new and abhorrent form. This night we will dance, it said, in a high-pitched voice that held no hint of sanity. Dance and touch. It reached out gently to Felix and stroked his arm. Felix recoiled in horror as fingers like clumps of maggots rose towards his face. "This night at the stone we will dance and touch and rub." It made as if to embrace him. It smiled, showing short, pointed teeth. Felix stood quietly. He felt like a spectator, distanced from the event that was happening. He pulled back and put the point of the sword against the thing's chest. "Come no closer," Felix warned. The thing smiled. Its mouth seemed to grow wider. It showed more small, sharp teeth. Its lips rolled back until the bottom half of the face seemed all wet, glistening gum, and the jaw sank lower like that of a snake. It pushed forward against the sword until beads of blood glistened on its chest. It gave a gurgling, idiotic laugh. "Dance and touch and rub and eat," it said, and with inhuman swiftness it writhed around the sword and leapt for Felix. Swift as it was, the Trollslayer was swifter. In mid-leap his axe caught on its neck. The head rolled into the night, and a red fountain gushed. "This is not happening," thought Felix. "What was that? A demon?" Gotrek asked. Felix could hear the excitement in his voice. "I think it was once a man," Felix said. "One of the tainted ones marked by chaos. They are abandoned at birth." "That one spoke your tongue." "Sometimes the taint doesn't show until they are older. Relatives think that they are sick and protect them till they make their way to the woods and vanish." "Their kin protect such abominations?" "It happens. We don't talk about it. It is hard to turn your back on people you love, even if they do change." The dwarf stared at him in disbelief, then shook his head. "Too soft," he said. "Too soft." The air was still. Sometimes Felix thought he sensed presences moving in the trees about him, and froze nervously, peering into the mist, searching for moving shadows. The encounter with the Tainted One had brought home to him the danger of the situation. He felt within him a great fear and a great anger. Part of the anger was directed at himself for feeling the fear. He was sick and ashamed. He decided that whatever happened, he would not repeat his error, standing like a sheep to be slaughtered. "What was that?" Gotrek asked. Felix looked at him. "Can't you hear it, manling? Listen, it sounds like chanting." Felix strained to catch the sound, but heard nothing. "We are close now, very close." As they trudged through the mist, Gotrek became ever more cautious and left the trail, using the long grass for cover. Felix joined him. Now he could hear the chanting too. It sounded as though it was coming from scores of throats. Some of the voices were human, others were deep and bestial. There were male voices and female voices mingled with the slow beat of a drum, the clash of cymbals and discordant piping. Felix could make out one word only, repeated over and over until it was driven into his consciousness. The word was Slaanesh. Felix shuddered. Slaanesh, the dark lord of unspeakable pleasures. It was a name that conjured up the worst depths of depravity. It was whispered in the drug dens and vice houses of Altdorf by those so jaded that they sought pleasures beyond human understanding. It was a name associated with corruption and excess, and the dark underbelly of imperial society. For those who followed Slaanesh, no stimulation was too bizarre, no pleasure was forbidden. "The mist covers us," Felix whispered to the Trollslayer. "Be quiet. We must get closer." They crept forward slowly. The long, wet grass dragged at Felix's body, and soon he was damp. Ahead he could see beacons burning in the dark. The scent of blazing wood and cloying sickly sweet incense filled the air. He looked around, hoping that no latecomer would blunder into them. He felt absurdly exposed. Inch by inch they advanced. Gotrek dragged his battle-axe along with him, and once Felix touched its blade with his fingers. He cut himself and fought back a desire to scream out. They reached the edge of the long grass and found themselves staring at a crude ring of 6 obscenely shaped stones, among which stood a monolithic slab. The stones glowed greenly with the light of some luminous fungus. On top of each was a brazier which gave off clouds of smoke. Beams of pallid green moonlight illuminated the hellish scene. Within the ring danced 6 humans, masked and garbed in long cloaks. The cloaks were thrown back over one shoulder, revealing naked bodies, both male and female. On one hand, the revelers each wore finger symbols which they clashed. In the other they carried switches of birch with which they each lashed the dancer in the front. "Igrat tu amat Slanesh," they cried. Felix could see that some of the bodies were marked by bruises. The dancers seemed to feel no pain. Perhaps it was the narcotic effect of the incense. Around the stone ring lolled figures of horror. The drummer was a huge man with the head of a stag and cloven hooves. Near him sat a piper with the head of a dog and hands with suckered fingers. A large crowd of tainted women and men writhed on the ground nearby. Some of their bodies were subtly distorted. Men who were tall with thin pin heads. Short, fat women with 3 eyes and 3 breasts. Others were barely recognizable as once having been human. There were scale-covered man-serpents and wolf-headed furred beasts mingling with things that were all teeth and mouth and other orifices. Felix could barely breathe. He watched the entire proceeding with mounting fear. The drums beat faster, the rhythmic chanting increasing in pace, the piping becoming even louder and more discordant as the dancers became more frenzied, lashing themselves and their companions until bloody wheels became visible. Then there was a clash of cymbals, and all fell silent. Felix thought they had been spotted, and he froze. The smoke of the incense filled his nostrils and seemed to amplify all his senses. He felt even more remote and disconnected from reality. There was a sharp, stabbing pain in his side. He was startled to realize that Gotrek had elbowed him in the ribs. He was pointing to something beyond the stone ring. Felix struggled to see what was looming in the mist. Then he realized that it was the black coach. In the sudden, shocking silence, he heard its door swing open. He held his breath and waited to see what would emerge. A figure seemed to take shape out of the mist. It was tall and masked, and garbed in layered cloaks of many pastel colors. It moved with calm authority, and in its arms it carried something swaddled in brocade cloth. Felix looked at Gotrek, but he was watching the unfolding scene with fanatical intensity. Felix wondered if the dwarf had lost his nerve at this late hour. The newcomer stepped forward into the stone circle. "Amat tu amat Slanesh," it cried, raising its bundle on high. Felix could see that it was a child, though whether living or dead he could not say. "Igrat tu amat Slanesh, Tsarkol tain amat Slanesh." The crowd responded ecstatically. The cloaked man stared out at the surrounding faces, and it seemed to Felix that the stranger gazed right at him with calm brown eyes. He wondered if the Coven Master knew they were there and was only playing with them. "Amat tu Slanesh," the man cried in a clear voice. "Amak klesa, amat Slanesh," responded the crowd. It was clear to Felix that some evil ritual had begun. As the rite progressed, the Coven Master moved closer to the altar with slow ceremonial steps. Felix felt his mouth go dry. He licked his lips. Gotrek watched the events as if hypnotized. The child was placed on the altar with a thunderous rumble of drum beats. Now the 6 dancers each stood behind a pillar, legs astride it, clutching at a stone suggestively. As the ritual progressed, they ground themselves against the pillars with slow, sinuous movements. From within his robes, the master produced a long, wavy-bladed knife. Felix wondered whether the dwarf was going to do something. He could hardly bear to watch. Slowly, the knife was raised, high over the cultist's head. Felix forced himself to look. An ominous presence hovered over the scene. Mist and incense seemed to be clotting together and congealing, and within the cloud Felix thought he could make out a grotesque form writhe and begin to materialize. Felix could bear the tension no longer. "No!" he shouted. He and the troll slayer emerged from the long grass and marched shoulder to shoulder towards the stone ring. At first the cultists didn't seem to notice them, but finally the demented drumming stopped, and the chanting faded, and the cult master turned to glare at them, astonished. For a moment everyone stared, and no one seemed to understand what was happening. Then the cult master pointed a knife at them and screamed, "Kill the interlopers!" The revelers moved forward in a wave. Felix felt something tug at his leg, and then a sharp pain. When he looked down, he saw a creature, half woman, half serpent, gnawing at his ankle. He kicked out, pulling his leg free, and stabbed down with the sword. A shock passed up his arm as the blade hit bone. He began to run, following in the wake of Gotrek, who was hacking his way towards the altar. The mighty double-bladed axe rose and fell rhythmically, and left a trail of red ruin in its path. The cultists appeared drugged and slow to respond, but horrifically they showed no fear. Men and women, tainted and untainted, threw themselves towards the intruders with no thought for their own lives. Felix hacked and stabbed at anyone who came close. He put his blade under the ribs and into the heart of a dog-faced man who leapt at him. As he tried to tug his blade free, a woman with claws and a man with a mucus skin leapt on him. Their weight bore him over, knocking the wind from him. He felt the woman's talons scratch at his face as he put his foot under her stomach and kicked her off. Blood rolled down into his eyes from the cuts. The man had fallen badly, but he still leapt to grab his throat. Felix fumbled with his dagger with his left hand, while he caught the man's throat with his right. The man writhed. He was difficult to grip because of the coating of slime. His own hands tightened inexorably on Felix's throat in return, and he rubbed himself against Felix, panting with pleasure. Bleakness threatened to overcome the poet. Little silver points flared before his eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to relax and fall forward into the darkness. Somewhere far away he heard Gotrek's bellowing war cry. With an effort of will, Felix jerked his dagger clear of its scabbard and plunged it into the assailant's ribs. The creature stiffened and grinned, revealing rows of eel-like teeth. He gave an ecstatic moan even as he died. "Slaanesh, take me!" the man shrieked. "Ah, the pain, the lovely pain!" Felix pulled himself to his feet, just as the clawed woman rose to hers. He lashed out with his boot, connecting with her jaw. There was a crunch, and she fell backwards. Felix shook his head to clear the blood out of his eyes. The majority of the cultists had concentrated on Gotrek. This had kept Felix alive. The dwarf was trying to hack his way towards the heart of the stone circle. Even as he moved, the press of bodies against him slowed him down. Felix could see that he bled from dozens of small cuts. The ferocious energy of the dwarf was terrible to see. He frothed at the mouth and ranted as he chopped, sending limbs and heads everywhere. He was covered in a filthy matting of gore, but in spite of his sheer ferocity, Felix could tell the fight was going against Gotrek. Even as he watched, a cloak reveler hit the dwarf with a club, and Gotrek went down under the wave of bodies. So he has met his doom, thought Felix, just as he desired. Beyond the rock of the melee, the cult master had regained his composure. Once more he began to chant, then raised his dagger on high. The terrible shape that had been forming from the mist seemed once again to coalesce. Felix had a premonition that if it took full substance, then they were doomed. He could not fight his way through the bodies that surrounded the troll slayer. For a long moment he watched the curved-bladed knife reflecting the Morslib light. Then he drew back his own dagger. "Sigmar, guide my hand," he prayed, and then he threw. The blade flew straight and true to the throat of the high priest, hitting beneath the mask where flesh was exposed. With a gurgle, the cult master tumbled backwards. A long whine of frustration filled the air, and the mist seemed to evaporate. The shape within the mist vanished as well. As one, the cultists looked up in shock. The Tainted Ones turned to stare at him. Felix found himself confronted by the mad glare of dozens of unfriendly eyes. He stood immobile and very, very afraid. The silence was deathly. Then there was a mighty roar, and Gotrek emerged from among the pile of bodies, pummeling about him with ham-sized fists. He reached down and from somewhere scooped up his axe. He shortened his grip on the haft and laid about him with its shaft. Felix scooped up his own sword and ran to join him. They fought through the crush until they were back to back. The cultists, filled with fear at the loss of their leader, began to flee into the night and mist. Soon Felix and Gotrek stood alone under the shadows of the dark stone ring. Gotrek looked at Felix balefully. Blood clotted in his crested hair. In the witch-light he looked demonic. "I am robbed of a mighty death, manling." He raised his axe menacingly. Felix wondered if he were still berserk and about to chop him down in spite of their binding oath. Gotrek began to advance slowly towards him. Then the dwarf grinned. "It would seem that the gods preserve me for a greater doom yet." He planted his axe hilt first into the ground, and began to laugh until the tears ran down his face. Having exhausted his laughter, he turned to the altar and picked up the infant. "It is alive," he said. Felix began to inspect the corpses of the cloaked cultists. He unmasked them. The first one was a blonde-haired girl covered in wheals and bruises. The second was a young man. He had an amulet in the shape of a hammer hanging almost mockingly around his neck. "I don't think we'll be going back to the inn," Felix said sadly. One local tale tells of an infant found on the steps of the Temple of Shalia in Hartsrock. It was wrapped in a blood-soaked cloak of Sudanland wool. A pouch of gold lay nearby, and a steel amulet in the shape of a hammer was around its neck. The priestess swore she saw a black coach thundering away in the dawn light. The natives of Hartsrock tell another and darker tale of how Ingrid Hauptmann and Gunther, the innkeeper's son, were slain in some horrific sacrifice to the dark powers. The road wardens who found the corpses up by the Darkstone Ring agreed it must have been a terrible rite. The bodies looked as if they had been chopped up with an axe wielded by a demon. Gotrek and Felix, Volume 1, Trollslayer by William King. Part 2, Wolf Riders. I cannot quite remember exactly how and when the decision was made to head southwards in search of the lost gold of Karak Eight Peaks. Alas, like so many of the important decisions made during that period of my life, it was taken in a tavern under the influence of enormous quantities of alcohol. I do seem to remember an ancient and toothless dwarf mumbling something about gold, and I distinctly remember the insane gleam which entered into my companion's eyes when it was described to him. It was perhaps typical of my companion that on no more than this slim provocation he was willing to risk life and limb in the wildest and most barren places imaginable. Or perhaps it was typical of the effect of gold fever on all of his people. As I was later to see, the lure of that glittering metal had a terrifying and potent power over the minds of all of their ancient race. In any event, the decision to travel beyond the Empire's southern borders was a fateful one, and it led to many meetings and adventures, the dreadful consequences of which haunt me still. From My Travels with Gotrek, Volume 2, by Herr Felix Jäger, Altdorf Press, 2505. "Honestly, gentlemen, I don't want any trouble," Felix said sincerely. He spread his empty hands wide. "Just leave the girl alone, that's all I ask." The drunken trappers laughed evilly. "Just leave the girl alone," one of them mimicked in a high-pitched, lisping voice. Felix looked around the trading post for support. A few hardy fellows clad in the heavy furs of mountain men looked at him with drink-fuddled eyes. The store owner, a tall, stooped man with a lank hair, turned and began stacking bottles of preserves on the rough wooden shelving. There were no other customers. One of the trappers, a big man, loomed over him. Felix could see the particles of grease stuck in his beard. When he opened his mouth to speak, the smell of cheap brandy overwhelmed even the odor of the rancid bear fat which the trappers covered themselves with against the cold. Felix winced. "Hey, Hef, I think we got a city boy here," the trapper said. "He speaks right nice." The one called Hef looked up from the table against which he had pinned the struggling girl. "Aye, Lars, right pretty he talks, and all that nice golden hair, like cornstalks. Could almost take him for a girl himself." "When I come off the mountains, anything looks good. I tell you what, you take the girl. I'll have this pretty boy." Felix felt his face flush. He was getting angry. He hid his anger with a smile. He wanted to avoid trouble if he could. "Come on, gentlemen, there's no need for that. Let me buy you all a drink." Lars turned to Hef. The third mountain man snickered. "He has money too. My luck's in tonight." Hef smirked. Felix looked around desperately as the big man advanced on him. Damn it, where was Gotrek? Why was the dwarf never around when the man needed him? He turned to face Lars. "All right, I'm sorry if I interfered. I'll just leave you gentlemen to it." He saw Lars relax somewhat, letting down his guard as he advanced. Felix let him come closer. He watched the trapper spread his arms as if he were about to hug him. Felix suddenly jabbed his knee hard into Lars's groin. With a whoosh like a blacksmith's bellows, all the air ran out of the big man. He doubled over with a whimper. Felix grabbed his beard and pulled the man's head down to meet his knee. He heard teeth break, and the trapper's head snapped backwards. Lars fell on the floor, gasping for breath and clutching for his groin. "What in the name of Tal?" Hef said. The big trapper lashed out at Felix, and the force of the blow sent him reeling across the room into a table. He tipped over a tankard of ale. "Sorry," Felix apologized to the drinker's startled owner. Felix struggled to lift the table and hurl it at his assailant. He strained until he thought the muscles in his back would crack. The drunk looked at him and smiled wickedly. "You can't lift it. It's nailed to the floor, in case of fighting." "Thanks for telling me," Felix said, feeling someone grab him by the hair and slam his head into the table. Pain smashed through his skull. Black spots danced before his eyes. His face felt wet. "I'm bleeding," he thought, then realized it was just the spilled beer. His head was smashed into the table a second time. As if from very far away, he heard footsteps approaching. "Hold him, Kell. We're gonna have some fun for what he did to Lars." He recognized the voice as belonging to Hef. Desperately, Felix jabbed backwards with his elbow, ramming it into the hard muscle of Kell's stomach. The grip on his hair loosened somewhat. Felix tore free, and he turned to face his assailants. With his right hand, he frenetically fumbled for the beer stein. Through a haze, he saw the two gigantic trappers closing in. The girl was gone. Felix saw the door close behind her. He could hear her start shouting for help. Hef was loosening a knife in his belt. Felix's fingers closed over the handle of the stein. He lashed out and hit Kell square in the face with it. The trapper's head snapped around, and he spat blood and turned back to Felix, smiling moronically. Fingers, muscled like steel bands, grabbed the wrist of Felix. The pressure forced him reluctantly to drop the stein. Despite frantic resistance, Felix's arm was inexorably forced up his back by Kel's superior strength. The smell of bear fat and body odor was almost overpowering. Felix snarled and tried to writhe free, but his struggles were fruitless. Something sharp jabbed into his throat. Felix looked down. Hef brandished a long-bladed knife at his throat. Felix smelled its well-oiled steel. He saw his own red blood trickle down its central channel. Felix froze. All Hef had to do was lean forward, and Felix would be walking in the kingdom of Mor. "That was downright unfriendly, boy," Hef said. "Old Lars was only being affectionate, and you had to go and bust his teeth. Now, what you reckon we should do about that, we being his friends and all?" "Kill the snotling fondler," Lars gasped. Felix felt Kel push his arm further up his back until he feared it would break. He moaned in pain. "Reckon we'll do just that." "You can't," the trader behind the bar whined. "That would be murder." "Shut up, Pike. Who asked you?" Felix could see that they meant to do it. They were full of drunken violence and ready to kill. Felix had only given them the excuse they needed. "Been a long time since I killed me a pretty boy," Hef said, pushing the knife forward just a fraction. Felix grimaced with the pain. "Gonna beg, pretty boy? Gonna beg for your life?" "Go to hell," Felix said. He would have liked to spit, but his mouth felt dry, and his knees were weak. He was shaking. He closed his eyes. "Not so polite now, city boy." Felix felt thick laughter rumble in Kel's throat. What a place to die, he thought incongruously. Some hell-spawned outpost in the Grey Mountains. There was a blast of chill air and the sound of a door opening. "The first one to hurt the manling dies instantly," said a deep voice that grated like stone crushed against stone. "The second one I take my time over." Felix opened his eyes. Over Hef's shoulders he could see Gotrek Gurnison, the Troll Slayer. The dwarf stood silhouetted in the doorway, his squat form filling it widthwise. He was only the height of a boy of 9 years, but he was muscled like 2 strong men. Torchlight illuminated the strange tattoos that covered his half-naked body and turned his eye sockets into shadowy caves from which mad eyes glittered. Hef laughed and then spoke without turning around. "Get lost, stranger, or we'll deal with you after we finish your friend." Felix felt the grip on his arm relax. Over his shoulder, Kel's hand pointed at the doorway. "That's so?" Gotrek said, stomping into the room, shaking his head to clear the snow from his huge crest of orange-dyed hair. The chain that rang from his nose to his right ear jingled. "By the time I finished with you, you'll sing like a girly elf." Hef laughed again and turned around to face Gotrek. His laughter died into a sputtering cough. Color drained from his face until it was corpse-white. Gotrek grinned nastily at him, revealing missing teeth. Then he ran his thumb across the blade of the great 2-handed axe that he carried in one ham-sized fist. Blood dripped free from the cut, but the dwarf just grinned more widely. The knife in Hef's hand clattered to the floor. We don't want any trouble," Hef said. "Leastwise, not with a troll slayer." Felix didn't blame him. No sane man would cross a member of that doomed and death-seeking berserker cult. Gotrek glared at them, then lightly tapped the hilt of his axe against the floor. While Kel was distracted, Felix seized the opportunity to put some ground between himself and the mountain man. Hef was starting to panic. "Look, we don't want any trouble. We was just funnying." Gotrek laughed evilly. "I like your idea of fun. I think I'll have some myself." The Troll Slayer advanced towards Hef. Felix saw Lars pick himself up and start crawling towards the door, hoping to slip past the Troll Slayer while he was distracted. Gotrek brought the boot down on Lars's hand with a crunch that made Felix wince. It was not Lars's night, he decided. "Where do you think you're going? Better stay with your friends. 2 against 1 is hardly fair." Hef had broken down completely. "Don't kill us," he pleaded. Kell, meanwhile, had moved away, bringing him close to Felix again. Gotrek had moved right in front of Hef. The blade of the Slayer's axe lay against Hef's throat. Felix could see the runes on the ancient blade glinting redly in the torchlight. Slowly, Gotrek shook his head. "What's the matter? There's 3 of you. You thought they were good enough odds against the manling. Stomach's gone out of you." Hef nodded numbly. He looked as if he was about to cry. In his eyes, Felix could see a superstitious terror of the dwarf. He seemed about to faint. Gotrek pointed to the door. "Get out!" he roared. "I'll not soil my blade on cowards like you." The trappers scurried for the door, Lars limping badly. Felix saw the girl step aside to let them by. She closed the door behind them. Gotrek glared at Felix. "Can't I even stop to answer a call of nature without you getting yourself in trouble?" "Perhaps I should escort you back," Felix said, inspecting the girl closely. She was small and thin. Her face would have been plain, except for the very large dark eyes. She tugged her cloak of coarse Sudanland wool about her and hugged the passage she had purchased in the trading post to her chest. She smiled shyly up at him. The smile transformed that pale, hungry face, Felix thought, gave it beauty. "Perhaps you could, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble whatsoever," he said. "Maybe those ruffians are still lurking around there." "I doubt that. They seem too afraid of your friend. Let me help you with those herbs, though." "The mistress told me to get them specifically. They are for the relief of the frostbitten. I would feel better if I carried them." Felix shrugged. They stepped out into the chill air, breath coming out in clouds. In the night sky, the gray mountains looked like giants. The light of both moons caught on their snow-capped peaks, so they looked like islands in the sky, floating above a sea of shadow. They walked through the squalid shanty town surrounding the trading post. In the distance, Felix saw lights, heard lowing cattle, and the muffled hoofbeats of horses. They were heading towards a campsite where more people were arriving. Gaunt, hollow-cheeked soldiers, clad in tattered tunics, on which could be seen the sign of a grinning wolf, escorted carts drawn by thin oxen. Tired-looking drivers in the garb of peasants gazed at him. Women sat beside the drivers with shawls drawn tight, headscarves all about obscuring their features. Sometimes children peeked out over the backs of the carts to stare at them. "What's going on?" Felix asked. "It looks like a whole village is on the move." The girl looked at the carts and then back at him. "We are the people of Gottfried von Deal. We follow him into exile to the land of the border princes." Felix paused to look north. More carts were coming down the trail, and behind them were stragglers, limping on foot, clutching at thin sacks as if they contained all the gold of Araby. Felix shook his head, puzzled. "You must have come through Blackfire Pass," he said. He and Gotrek had come by the old dwarven routes under the mountain. "And it's late in the season for that. The first blizzards must already be setting in up there. The pass is only open in the summer." "Our liege was given until the end of the year to leave the Empire." She turned and began walking into the ring of wagons that had been set up to give some protection from the wind. "We set up in good time, but there was a string of accidents that slowed us down. In the pass itself we were caught by an avalanche. We lost many people." She paused, as if remembering some personal grief. "Some say it was the Von Deal curse, that the Baron can never outrun it." Felix followed her. On the fires sat a few cooking pots. There was one huge cauldron from which steam emerged. The girl pointed at it. "The mistress's cauldron. She is gonna be expecting the herbs." "Is your mistress a witch?" Felix asked. She looked at him seriously. No, sir. She is a sorceress with good credentials, trained in Middenheim itself. She is the Baron's advisor in matters magical. The girl moved towards the steps of a large caravan, covered in mystical signs. She began to climb the stairs. She halted, hand poised on the handle of the door, and then she turned to face Felix. "Thank you for the help," she said. She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek, then turned to open the door. Felix laid his hand on her shoulder, restraining her gently. "A moment," he said. "What is your name?" "Kirsten," she said. "And yours?" "Felix. Felix Jaeger." She smiled at him again before she vanished inside the caravan. Felix stood looking at the closed door, slightly bemused. Then, feeling as if he was walking on air, he strolled back to the trading post. "Are you mad?" Gotrek Gurnison demanded. "You want us to travel with some renegade duke and his ragtag entourage. Have you forgotten why we've come here?" Felix looked around to see that no one was looking at them. Not much chance of that, he decided. He and the Troll Slayer nursed their beer in the darkest recess of the trading post. A few drunks lay snoring on the trestle tables, and the sullen glowers of the dwarf kept the casually curious away. Felix leaned forward conspiratorially. "But look, it makes perfect sense. We are heading through the border princes, and so are they. It will be safer if we ride with them." Gotrek looked at Felix dangerously. "Are you implying I might fear some peril on the road?" Felix shook his head. "No, all I'm saying is that it would make our journey easier, and we might get paid for our efforts if the Baron could be persuaded to take us on as mercenaries." Gotrek brightened at the mention of money. All dwarves are misers at heart, thought Felix. Gotrek appeared to consider that for a second, and then shook his head. "No, if this Baron has been exiled, he's a criminal, and he is not getting his hands on my gold." He ducked his head and looked around with paranoid shiftiness. "That treasure is ours, yours and mine. Mostly mine, of course, since I'll do most of the fighting." Felix felt like laughing. There was nothing worse than a dwarf in the throes of gold lust. "Gotrek, we don't even know if there is any treasure. All we got to go on are the ramblings of some senile old prospector who claims to have seen the lost hoard of Karak Eightpeaks. Faragrim couldn't even remember his own name half the time." "Faragrim was a dwarf, manling. A dwarf never forgets the sight of gold. You know the problem with your people. You have no respect for your elders. Among my people, Faragrim is treated with respect." "No wonder your people are in such dire straits, then," Felix muttered. "What was that?" Nothing. Just answer me this. Why didn't Faragrim return for the treasure himself? He's had 18 years. "Because he showed proper fiscal caution." "Meanness, you mean?" "Have it your way, manling. He was crippled by the Guardian, and he could never find anybody he could trust." "Why suddenly tell you, then?" "Are you implying I'm not trustworthy, manling?" "No. I think he wanted to get rid of you. He wanted you out of his tavern. I think he invented the cock and bull story about the world's largest treasure, guarded by the world's largest troll, because he knew you would fall for it. He knew it would put 100 leagues between you and his ale cellar." Gotrek's beard bristled, and he growled angrily. "I am not such a fool, manling. Faragrim swore to the truth on the beards of all his ancestors." Felix groaned loudly. "And no dwarf has ever broken an oath, I suppose?" "Well, very rarely," Gotrek admitted, "but I believe this one." Felix saw that it was no use. Gotrek wanted the story to be true, so for him it was true. He's like a man in love, thought Felix, unable to see his beloved frailties for the wall of illusions he has built around her. Gotrek stroked his beard and stared into space, lost in contemplation of the troll-guarded hoard. Felix decided to play his trump card. "It would mean we wouldn't have to walk," he said. "What?" Gotrek grunted. If we sign on with the Baron, we could hitch a ride on his carts. You're always complaining that your feet hurt. This is your chance to give them a rest. Just think about it, he added enticingly. We get paid, and you don't get sore feet. Gotrek appeared to contemplate this one once again. I can see that I'll get no peace unless I agree to your scheme. I'll go along with it on one condition. What's that? No mention of our quest. Not to anyone. Felix agreed. Gotrek raised one bushy eyebrow and looked at him cunningly. Don't think I don't know why you're so keen to travel with this Baron Manling. What do you mean? You're enamored of that chit of a girl you left here with earlier, aren't you? No, Felix spluttered. Whatever gave you that idea? Gotrek laughed uproariously, waking several slumbering drunks. Then why has your face gone all red, Manling? He shouted triumphantly. Felix knocked on the door of the caravan he had been told belonged to the Baron's Master of Arms. Come in, a voice said. Felix opened the door, and his nostrils were assailed by the smell of bear fat. Felix reached for the hilt of his sword. Inside the caravan, 5 men were crowded. 3 Felix recognized as the trappers he had met the previous night. Of the others, one was young, richly dressed, and fine-featured, hair cut short in the fashion of warrior nobility. The other was a tall, powerfully built man clad in buckskins. He was tanned and appeared to be in his late 20s, although his hair was silver-gray. He had a quiver of black-thatched arrows slung over his back, and a powerful longbow lay near his hand. There seemed to be a family resemblance between the 2 men. "That's the bastard," Lars said through his missing teeth. The 2 strangers exchanged looks. Felix stared at them warily. The gray-haired man inspected him, casually assessing him. "So you're the young man who broke the teeth of one of my guides," he said. "One of your guides?" "Yes. Manfred and I hired them last season to steer us across the lowlands, along Thunder River." "They're mountain men," Felix said, stalling for time, wondering how much trouble he was in. "They're trappers," the well-dressed youth said in a cultured accent. "They cross the lowlands in search of game, too." Felix spread his hands. "I didn't know." "What do you want here?" Grey-Hair asked. "I'm looking for work as a hired blade. I was looking for the Baron's Master of Arms." "That's me," Grey-Hair said. "Dieter, also the Baron's Chief Forester, Master of Hounds, and Falconer." "My uncle's estate has fallen on rather hard times," the young man said. "This is Manfred, nephew and heir to Gottfried von Deal, Baron of the Wendland Marches." "Former Baron," Manfred corrected. "Since Countess Emmanuel saw fit to banish my uncle and confiscate our lands rather than punish the real malefactors." He noted Felix's quizzical look. "Religious differences, you know. My family come from the north and follow Blessed Ulrich. All our southern neighbors are devout Sigmarites. In these intolerant times, it was all the excuse they needed to seize the lands they wanted. Since they were Countess Emmanuel's cousins, we got exiled for starting a war." He shook his head in disgust. "Imperial politics, eh?" Dieter shrugged. He turned to the mountain men. "Wait outside," he said. "We have business to conduct with her—" "Jaeger, Felix Jaeger." The trappers filed past. Lars gave Felix a hate-filled look as he came abreast. Felix looked straight into his bloodshot eyes. Their gazes locked in for a second, and then the trappers were gone, leaving only the whiff of bear fat hanging in the air. "I fear you may have made an enemy there," Manfred said. "I'm not worried." "You should be, Herr Jaeger. Such men hold grudges," Dieter said. "You say you are seeking employment?" Felix nodded. "My companion and I—" "The Troll Slayer?" Dieter raised an eyebrow. "Gotrek Gurnison, yes." If you want a job, you got one. The border princes are a violent place, and we could do with 2 such warriors. Unfortunately, we cannot afford to pay much. My uncle's estates are now quite poor, Manfred explained. We do not require much more than bed, board, and carriage, Felix said. Dieter laughed. Just as well, really. You can travel with us if you want. If we are attacked, you'll have to fight, though. We are employed? Dieter handed the man 2 gold coins. You have taken the Baron's crown. You are with us. The gray-haired man opened the door. Now, if you'll excuse us, I have a journey to plan. Felix bowed to each of them in turn and exited. Just a second. Felix turned and saw Manfred jump down from the caravan after him. The young noble smiled. Dieter is a brusque man, but you'll get used to him. I'm sure I will, my lord. Call me Manfred. We are on the frontier, not at the court of the Countess of Nuln. Rank has less meaning here. Very well, my lord. Manfred. I just wanted to tell you that you did the right thing last night, standing up for the girl, even if she is the servant of that witch. I appreciate it. Thank you. May I ask a question? Manfred nodded. Felix cleared his throat. The name Manfred von Deal is not unknown among the scholars of Altdorf, my home city, as a playwright. Manfred beamed broadly. I am he. By Ulrich, an educated man. Who would have thought to find one here? I can tell you and I are gonna get along, Herr Jäger. Have you seen Strange Flower? Did you like it? Felix considered his answer carefully. He had not cared for that play, which dealt with the degeneration of a noblewoman into madness when she found out she was a mutant, devolving to beasthood. Strange Flower was lacking the open-hearted humanity to be found in the works of the Empire's greatest playwrights. However, it had been very topical in these dark days, when the number of mutations was apparently on the rise. It had been banned by Countess Emmanuel, though, Felix remembered. It was very powerful, Manfred, very haunting. Haunting? Very good indeed. I must go now, visit my ailing uncle. I hope to talk to you again before the journey is complete. They bowed, and the nobleman turned and walked away. Felix stared after him, unable to reconcile this amiable, eccentric young nobleman and the brooding, chaos-filled images of his work. Among the cognoscenti of Altdorf, Manfred von Deal was known as a brilliant playwright and a blasphemous one. By mid-morning the exiles were ready to leave. At the front of the long, straggling line, Felix could see a tired-looking, white-haired old man, clad in a cloak of sable skin and mounted on a black charger. He rode under the unfurled wolf banner that was held by Dieter. Beside him, Manfred leaned over to say something to the old man. The Baron gestured, and the whole caravan of the people began to roll forward. Felix felt a thrill pass through him at the sight of it all. He drank in the spectacle of the line of wagons and carts with their armed escorts of mounted and armored warriors. He clambered aboard the supply wagon that he and Gotrek had commandeered from a crabbed old servant dressed in baronial livery. Around them, the mountains jutted skyward like great giants. Trees dotted their sides, and streams ran like quicksilver down their flanks towards the source of the Thunder River. Rain, mingled with snow, softened the harsh outline of the landscape, and lent it a wild loveliness. "Time to go again," Gotrek moaned, clutching his beard, eyes bleary and hungover. They rumbled forward, taking their place in the line. Behind them, men-at-arms shouldered their crossbows, drew their cloaks tight about themselves, and began to march. Their oaths mingled with the curses and the whip-cracks of the drivers and the lowing of the oxen. A baby started crying. Somewhere behind them, a woman began to sing in a low musical voice. The child's squalling quieted. Felix leaned forward, hoping to catch sight of Kirsten among the people trudging through the sleet towards the rolling hills that unfolded below them like a map. He felt almost at peace, drawn into all the human motion, as if he were being borne by a river towards his goal. He already felt part of this small itinerant community, a sensation he had not enjoyed for a long time. He smiled, but was drawn away from his reverie by Gotrek's elbow in his ribs. "Keep your eyes peeled, manling. Orcs and goblins haunt these mountains and the lands below." Felix glared at him, but when he gazed once again at his surroundings, it was not to appreciate their wild beauty. He was keeping watch for possible ambush sites. Felix looked back at the mountains. He was not sorry to be leaving those bleak highlands. Several times they have been assaulted by the green-skinned goblins, whose shields bore the sign of a crimson claw. The wolf riders had been beaten back, but with casualties. Felix was red-eyed from the lack of sleep. Like all the warriors, he had taken double stints on watch, for the riders attacked at night. Only Gotrek seemed to be disappointed by the lack of pursuit. "By Grungni," the dwarf said, "we won't see them again, not since Dieter shot their leader. They're all cowards without the big bully boys to put fire in their bellies. Pity. Nothing beats the slaughter of a few gobos for working up an appetite. Healthy exercise is good for the digestion." Felix gave him a jaundiced look. He jerked a thumb towards a covered wagon from which Kirsten and a tall middle-aged woman descended. "I'm sure the wounded in that cart would disagree with your idea of healthy exercise, Gotrek." The dwarf shrugged. "In this life, manling, people get hurt. Just be glad it wasn't your turn." Felix had had enough. He clambered down from the seat of the wagon and dropped off onto the muddy ground. "Don't worry, Gotrek. I intend to be around to complete your saga. I wouldn't want to break a sworn oath, now would I?" Gotrek stared at him, as if suspecting a hint of sarcasm. Felix made his expression carefully bland. The dwarf took the idea of Felix's composition seriously. He wanted to be the hero of a saga after his death, and he kept the educated Felix around to make sure of it. Shaking his head, Felix walked over to where Kirsten and her mistress stood. "Good day, Frau Winter. Kirsten?" The two women surveyed him wearily. A frown crossed the sorceress's long face, although no expression seemed to flicker in her hooded reptilian eyes. She adjusted one of the raven's feathers pinned in her hair. "What's good about it, Herr Jäger? 2 more dead men from wounds? Those arrows were poisoned. By Tal, I hate those wolf riders." "Where's Dr. Stockhausen? I thought he would be helping you." The older woman smiled, a little cynically, Felix thought. "He's seeing the Baron's heir. Young Manfred got his arm nicked. Stockhausen would rather let good men die than have little Manfred injured." She turned and walked away. Her hair and cloak fluttered in the breeze. "Pay no attention to the mistress," Kirsten said. "Master Manfred lampooned her in one of his plays. She's always resented it. She's a good woman, really." Felix looked at her, wondering why his heartbeat seemed so loud and his palms so sweaty. He remembered Gotrek's words back in the tavern and felt his face flush. All right, he admitted. He found Kirsten attractive. What was wrong with that? Maybe the fact that she might not be attracted to him. He looked around, feeling tongue-tied, trying to think about something to say. Nearby, children were playing soldiers. "How are you?" he asked eventually. She looked a little shaky. "Fine. I was afraid last night with the howling of the wolves and the arrows coming down. But now, well, during the day it all seems so unreal." Behind them, from the wagon, came the groans of a man in agony. She turned momentarily to look, then hardness passed across her face and settled like a mask. "It's not nice working with the wounded," Felix said. She shrugged. "You get used to it." Felix was chilled to see that expression on the face of a woman her age. It was one he had seen on the faces of mercenaries, men whose profession was death. Looking around, he could see children playing near the cart of the wounded. One of them was firing an imaginary crossbow. Another gurgled, clutched his chest, and fell over. Felix felt isolated and suddenly very far away from home. The safe life of a poet and scholar he had left in the Empire seemed to have happened to someone else a long time ago. The laws and their enforcers he had taken for granted had been left behind at the Grey Mountains. "Life is cheap here, isn't it?" he said. Kirsten looked at him and her face softened. She linked her arms with his. "Come, let's go where the air is cleaner," she said. Behind them, the shrieks of the playing children mingled with the groans of the dying men. Felix caught sight of the town as they emerged from the hills. It was late afternoon. To the left, the east, he could see the curve of the fast-flowing Thunder River, and beyond that the mighty peaks of the World's Edge Mountains. South, he could see another range of hills marching bleakly into the distance. They were bare and foreboding, and something about them made Felix shudder. In a valley between the two ranges nestled a small walled town. White shapes that could have been sheep were being herded through the gates. Felix thought he saw some figures moving on the walls, but at this distance he could not be sure. Dieter beckoned him to approach. "You are fair-spoken," he said. "Ride down and make parley. Tell the people that we mean no harm." Felix just looked at the tall, gaunt man. What he means, thought Felix, is that I am expendable, just in case the people are not so friendly. Felix considered telling him to go to hell. Dieter must have guessed his thoughts. "You took the Baron's crown," he said plainly. It was true, Felix admitted. He also considered taking a hot bath and drinking in a real tavern, sleeping with a roof over his head. All the luxuries that even the most primitive frontier town could afford. The prospect was very tempting. "Get me a horse," he said, "and a truce banner." As he clambered on to the skittish war-horse, he tried not to think about what suspicious people armed with bows might do to the messenger of a potential enemy. A crossbow bolt hissed through the air and stuck quivering in the earth in the front of the hooves of his steed. Felix struggled to control the animal as it reared. At times like these, he was glad his father had insisted that riding be part of the education of a wealthy young gentleman of means. "Come no closer, stranger, or white banner or not, I'll have you filled with bolts." The voice was coarse but powerful. Its owner was obviously used to giving commands and having them obeyed. Felix wrestled his steed back under control. "I am the herald of Gottfried von Deal, Baron of the Venland Marches," Felix called. "We mean no harm. We seek only shelter from the elements and to renew our supplies." "Well, you can't do that here. Tell your Baron Gottfried that if he is so peaceful, he can march on. This is the Freistadt of Ackendorf, and we want no truck with nobles." Felix studied the man who shouted at him from the gate tower. Beneath a peaked metal cap, his face was keen and intelligent. He was flanked by two men whose crossbows were pointed unwaveringly at Felix. He felt his mouth go dry, and sweat ran clammily down his neck. He was wearing his mail shirt, but he doubted it would be good protection against their quarrels at such close range. "Sir, in the name of Sigmar, we seek out only common hospitality." "Begone, boy. You'll get no hospitality in Ackendorf, nor in any other town in these lands. Not traveling with 20 armed knights and 50 men-at-arms." Felix wondered at the quality of scouts the Freistadt must have, to know the numbers of their force so exactly. He saw the pattern of things in this land. The Baron's force was too powerful for any local warlord to open their gates to them. It would be a threat to any ruler's position in these isolated towns. Yet Felix doubted whether the Baron's force was strong enough to take a walled fort against determined resistance. "We have wounded," he shouted. "Will you at least take them?" For the first time, the man in the tower looked apologetic. "No, you brought those extra mouths here. You can feed them." "In the name of Shalia, Mistress of Mercy, you must help them." "I must do nothing, Herald. I rule here, not your Baron. Tell him to follow Thunder River south. Tal knows there is enough unclaimed land there. Let him clear his own estate or claim one of the abandoned forts." Felix dispiritedly brought his horse around. He was keenly aware of the weapons pointed at his back. "Harold!" the Lord of Akendorf cried. Felix turned in the saddle to look at him. In the fading light, the man's face held a look of concern. "What?" "Tell the Baron on no account he is to enter the hills to the south. Tell him to stay by Thunder River. I would not have it on my conscience that he ventured into the Geistenmund hills unwarned." Something in the man's tone made the hairs on the back of Felix's neck prickle. "Those hills are haunted, Harold, and no man should dare them, on perils of his immortal soul." "They will not let us pass their gates. It is that simple," Felix concluded, looking round the faces that circled the fire. The Baron gestured for him to sit down with a faint movement of his left hand, then turned his rheumy gaze to Dieter. "We cannot take Akendorf, at least not without great loss of life. I'm not an expert on siege, but even I can see that," the gray-haired man said. He leaned forward and put another branch on the fire. Sparks drifted upwards into the cold night air. "You are saying we must continue on," the Baron said. His voice was weak and reminded Felix of the crackle of dry leaves. Dieter nodded. "Perhaps we should go west," Manfred said. "Seek out land there. That way we could miss the hills, assuming there is anything there to fear." "There is," the trapper Hef said. Even in the cheery glow of the fire, his features looked pale and strained. "Going west is a foolish idea anyway," Frau Winter said. Felix saw that she was glaring right at Manfred. "Oh, how so?" he asked. "Use your brain, boy. The mountains in the east are the haunt of goblins, now that the dwarf realm is sundered, so the best land will be that furthest away from the Thunder River, safest from raids. It will be held by the strongest of the local rulers. Any place to the west will be better defended than Akendorf." "I know my geography," Manfred sneered. He looked around the fire, meeting the gaze of every watcher. "If we continue south, we will come to Blood River, where the wolf riders are thicker than worms on a corpse." "In every direction lies peril," the old Baron wheezed. He looked straight at Felix, and his blue eyes were very piercing. "Do you think that the Lord of Akendorf warned us to keep to the river simply to make us a tempting target for any raiding greenskins?" Felix considered that for a moment, weighing his judgment. How could he be expected to tell whether the man had been lying or not on the base of a few minutes' conversation? Felix was acutely conscious that he could influence the destiny of everyone in the caravan by what he said. For the first time in his life, he felt a vague glimmer of the responsibilities of leadership. He took a deep breath. "The man seemed sincere, Herr Baron." "He was telling the truth," Hef said, tamping some smokeweed into the bowl of a pipe. Felix noted the way the man's fingers played nervously with its stem. Hef leaned forward and pulled a twig from the fire, using it to light his pipe before continuing. "The Geheistenmund Hills are an evil place. Folks say that centuries ago sorcerers came out of Bretonia, necromancers exiled by the Sun King. They found the barrows of the folk who passed here in the elder days and used their spells to raise an army. Came very near to conquering the whole of the border princes, before the local lords made alliance with the dwarves of the mountain and threw them back." Felix felt a shiver pass up his spine. He fought an urge to look back over his shoulder into the shadows. "Folks say that the sorcerers and their allies retreated into the barrows. These were sealed with dwarf stonework and powerful runes by the victors." "But that was centuries ago," Frau Winter said. "Strong though their sorceries were, can they endure?" "I don't know, mistress, but tomb robbers never return from the Geistenmunds. Some nights unnatural lights can be seen in the hills, and when both moons are full, the dead lie unquiet in their tombs. They come to take the living so that their blood can renew the life of their dark lords." "Surely that is nonsense," Dr. Stockhausen said. Felix himself was not so sure. The previous year on Geheimnisnacht he had seen terrible things. He pushed the memory back from his mind. If we go west, we face certain peril and no surety of finding haven, the Baron said, his face made gaunt and angular by the underlight of the fire. South, it is claimed we will find clear land, guarded though it may be by a sorcerous foe. I think we should brave the southward way. It may be clear. We will follow Thunder River. His voice held no great hope. He sounded like a man who had resigned himself to a dark fate. Does the Baron court death? Wondered Felix. In the atmosphere created by the trapper's dark tale, Felix could almost believe it. He made a mental note to find out more about the Von Deal curse. Then he noticed the face of Manfred. The young noble was staring raptly into the fire, a look almost of pleasure on his face. I believe I found the inspiration for a new play, Manfred Von Deal said enthusiastically. That delightful story the trapper told last night will be its core. Felix looked at him dubiously. They were walking along the west side of the caravan, keeping between the wagons and the ominous barren hills. It may be more than a simple trapper's tale, Manfred. There is some truth to many old legends. Quite so, quite so. Who should know that better than I? I think I shall call this play Where the Dead Men Walk. Think of it, silver rings clinking on bony fingers, the parchment skins of the restless dead glistening in the witchlight. Imagine a king who lies in state untouched by the worms and who rises every year to seek blood to prolong his shadowy reign. Looking at those brooding, blasted heights, Felix found it all too easy to imagine such a thing. Among the 400 who followed Baron Von Deal, only 3 people dared enter the hills. During the day, Dr. Stockhausen and Frau Winter would search among the mossy boulders on the rubble-strewn slopes for herbs. Sometimes they would encounter Gotrek Gurnison if they returned late. The Trollslayer prowled the hillside at night, as if daring the powers of darkness to touch him. Think, Manfred said in a conspiratorial whisper. Think of lying sleeping in your bed and hearing the soft pad of approaching feet, and no breathing whatsoever except your own. You could lie there listening to your heart pounding and know that no heartbeat tolled within the chest of the approaching. Yes, Felix said hurriedly. I'm sure it's gonna be an excellent work. You must let me read it when it's complete. He decided to change the subject, try to think of one that would appeal to this strange young man. I was thinking perhaps of writing a poem myself. Could you tell me more of the Von Deal curse? Manfred's face froze. His glittering look made Felix shiver. Then Manfred shook his head and smiled and became his old affable self. There is little to tell, he giggled lightly. My grandfather was a very devout man, always burning witches and mutants to prove it. One Hexensnacht he roasted a pretty maid called Irina Trask. All his subjects came to watch, for she was a beauty. As the flames rose about her, she called on the powers of hell to avenge her, to bring death to my grandfather and the wrath of chaos to his heirs and followers and all of their children. The darkness and its children will take you, she said. He fell silent and stared gloomily towards the hills. Felix prompted him. What happened? Shortly thereafter, my grandfather was killed out while hunting by a pack of beastmen. There was a quarrel among his sons. The eldest, Kurt, was heir. My father and his brother rebelled and ousted him. Some folk say that Kurt became a bandit and was killed by a warrior of chaos. Others claim he headed north and met a much darker fate. My father inherited the barony and married my mother, Katharina von Wittgenstein. Felix stared at him. The Wittgensteins were a family with a dark reputation, shunned by normal society. Manfred ignored the stare. Uncle Gottfried became their war leader. My mother died giving birth to me, and my father disappeared. Gottfried seized power. Since then we have been dogged by ill luck. Felix could see a figure approaching downslope. It was Frau Winter. She seemed to be in a great hurry. "Disappeared?" Felix said distractedly. "Aye, vanished. It wasn't until much later I found out what actually happened to him." Frau Winter approached, glaring at Manfred. "Bad news," she said. "I discovered an opening on the hillside up there. It is barred by runes, but I sense a terrible danger lies inside it." Something in her tone compelled belief. She swirled on down into the camp. Manfred glared daggers at her back. Felix looked over at him. "There is no love lost between you two, is there?" "She hates me. Has done so ever since my uncle named me heir. She thinks her son should be the next Baron." Felix raised an eyebrow. "Oh, yes. Didn't you know? Dieter is her son. He is my father's bastard offspring." Moonlight dappled the waters of Thunder River. It gleamed like liquid silver. Old, gnarled trees hung over the banks at this point, reminding Felix of waiting trolls. Nervously, he looked about. There was something in the air tonight, he decided. A tension, a feeling that something was not right. He had to fight to control the sensation that somewhere something evil stirred, hungry for his life. Hungry for all the lives of the people of Baron Gottfried's entourage. "Is there something wrong, Felix? You seem very distracted tonight," Kirsten said. He looked over to her and smiled, finding pleasure in her presence. Normally he enjoyed their nightly walks by the river, but tonight foreboding came between them. "No, just tired." He couldn't restrain a glance in the direction of the nearby hills. By the light of the moons, the opening looked very like a gaping maw. "It is this place, isn't it? There's something unnatural about it. I can feel it. It's like when Frau Winter does one of her dangerous spells. The hair on the back of my neck prickles. Only this is much worse." Felix saw terror surface on her face, then disappear again. She looked out over the water. "Something old and evil dwells below those hills, Felix. Something hungry. We could die here." Felix took her hand. "We are quite safe. We're still by the river." His voice quivered and his words did not come out reassuringly. He sounded like a scared boy. They were both shaking. "Everyone in the camp is so afraid, except your friend Gotrek. Why is he so fearless?" Felix laughed quietly. "Gotrek is a troll slayer, sworn to seek death to atone for some crime. He's an exile from his home, family, and friends. He has no place in the world. He is brave because he has nothing to lose. He can only regain his honor by dying honorably." "Why do you follow him? You seem like a sensible man." Felix considered his reply carefully. He had never really questioned his motives that closely. Under the gaze of Kirsten's dark eyes, it suddenly became important for him to know. "He saved my life. We pledged blood loyalty after that. At the time, I didn't know what a ritual meant, but I stuck to it. He had given the barest of facts, the truth in a sense, but not an explanation." He paused and stroked the old scar on his right cheek. He wanted to be honest. "I killed a man in a duel. It caused a scandal. I had to give up my life as a student. My father disinherited me. I was full of anger, got into trouble with the law. At the time I had met Gotrek, I had no goals. I was just drifting. Gotrek's purpose was so strong I got sucked alongside behind him. It was easier to follow him than to start a new life. Something about his self-destructive madness appealed to me." She looked at him questioningly. "It doesn't anymore?" He shook his head. "What about you? What brings you along Thunder River?" They approached a tumbled tree. Felix gave Kirsten a hand up onto the bowl, then jumped up beside her himself. She smoothed the folds of her long peasant skirt, tucked a lock of hair behind one ear. Felix thought she looked very lovely in the light of the 2 moons, with the mist beginning to rise. My parents were vassals of Baron Gottfried's, serfs back in Dielensdorf. They indentured me to Frau Winter. They died in the avalanche, along with my sisters. I'm sorry, Felix said. I didn't know. She shrugged fatalistically. There has been so much death along the way. I'm just grateful to be alive myself. I'm just grateful to be here. She was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was soft. I miss them. Felix could think of nothing to say, so he kept quiet. You know, my grandmother never traveled more than a mile from Dielendorf in her life. She never even saw the inside of that bleak old castle. All she knew was her hut and the strips of fields where she labored. Already I've seen mountains and towns and this river. I've traveled further than she ever dreamed. In a way, I'm glad. Felix looked at her. Along the shadowy planes of her cheeks, he could see a teardrop glisten. Their faces were very close. Behind her, tendrils of mist drifted from the surface of the river. It had thickened quickly. He could barely see the water now. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have met you. They kissed, unskillfully and tentatively. Lips barely brushed lips. Felix leaned forward and took her long hair in his hands. They leaned into each other, holding one another hungrily as the kiss deepened. Passionately, their hands began to wander, exploring each other's bodies through the thick layers of clothing. They leaned over too far. Kirsten screamed slightly as they fell off the tree trunk onto the soft, wet earth. My cloak's all muddy, Felix said. Perhaps you'd better take it off. We can lie on it. The ground's all wet. Under the shadow of the Deathly Hills, they made love in the mist and the moonlight. Where have you been, manling? And why are you looking so pleased with yourself? Gotrek asked surlily. Down by the river, Felix replied innocently. Just walking. Gotrek raised one bushy eyebrow. You picked a bad night just to go walking. See the way this mist thickens? I smell sorcery. Felix looked at him, feeling fear creep down his bones. His hand went to the hilt of his sword. He remembered the mist that had covered the moors around the Darkstone Ring a year before, and what it had hidden. He glanced over his shoulder into the darkness. If that's true, we should tell Dieter and the Baron. I've already informed the Duke's henchmen. The guard has been doubled. That's all they can do. What are we gonna do? Get some sleep, manling. It'll be your watch soon. Felix lay down in the back of the wagon on top of some sacks of grain. He pulled his cloak tight around him. Try as he might, sleep was a long time coming. He kept thinking of Kirsten. When he stared at more sleep, the lesser moon, it seemed he could see the outline of her face. The mist grew thicker, muffling all sound except for Gotrek's quiet breathing. When sleep finally did come, he dreamed dark dreams in which dead men walked. In the distance, a horse whinnied uneasily. A huge hand was clamped over Felix's mouth. He struggled furiously, wondering whether Lars had come back for revenge. Quiet, manling. Something comes. Be very quiet. Felix came groggily to full wakefulness. His eyes felt dry and tired, and his muscles ached from the mattress of sacks. He felt weary and lacking in energy. What is it, Gotrek? He asked quietly. The Trollslayer gestured for him to be quiet and sniffed at the air. Whatever it is, it's been dead a long time. Felix shivered and drew his cloak tight. He felt fear begin to churn in the pit of his stomach. As the meaning of the dwarf's words sank in, he had to fight to restrain the terror. Felix peered out into the mist. It was cloaking the land, obscuring vision at more than a spear's length. If Felix strained every sense, he could just make out the wagons outside. He cast a glance back over his shoulder, fearful that some frightful denizens of the dark night might be creeping up behind him. His heartbeat sounded loud in his ears, and he remembered Manfred's words. He pictured bony hands reaching out to grab him and carry him off to a deep, dark tomb. His muscles felt as if they had frozen in place. He had to struggle to get them to move, to reach for the hilt of his sword. "I'm gonna take a look around," Gotrek whispered. Before Felix could argue or follow, the dwarf dropped noiselessly off of the cart and vanished into the gloom. Now Felix was totally alone. It felt like walking from one nightmare to find himself in a worse one. He was isolated in the dark and clammy mist. He knew that just outside the range of his perception, hungry, unearthly creatures lurked. Some primitive sense told him so. He knew that to stir from the cart meant certain death. Yet Kirsten was out there, sleeping in Frau Winter's carriage. He imagined her lying in bed as terrible pressure was exerted on the caravan's door, and slowly the timber buckled inwards to reveal... He drew his blade and leapt out of the cart. The soft thud of his feet rang out as loud as the tolling of a bell to his fear-owned senses. He strained to pick out details in the mist as he moved through the outer ring of wagons to where he knew that Kirsten was. Every step seemed to take an eternity. He cast wary glances about him, fearful that something was creeping up stealthily behind. He skirted pockets of deep shadow. He wanted to cry out loud to alert the camp, but something instinctively stopped him. To do so would be to attract the attention of the terrible watchers, and that would mean death. A figure loomed out of the shadows, and Felix brought his sword up. His heart was in his mouth until he noticed the figure was wearing leather armor and a metal cap. A guard, he thought, relaxing. Thanks, Sigmar. But when the figure turned, Felix almost screamed. Its face had no flesh. Greenish light flickered in its empty eye sockets. Age-rotten teeth smirked from the fleshless, lipless mouth. He saw that the helm, which he had originally taken for a god's, was verdigrised bronze, and inscribed with runes which hurt the eye. The smell of mold and rotten leather rose from the thing's tunic and tattered cloak. It lashed at him with its rusty blade. Felix stood frozen for a moment, and then, acting on reflex, flung himself to one side. The thing's sword nicked his ribs. Pain seared his side. He noticed the movements of ancient tendons under the paper-thin skin of the hand which held the weapon. He countered with a high blow to the neck, his body responding with trained discipline even if his mind reeled in horror. His blade crashed through the thing's neck with a cracking of severed vertebrae. His return blow chopped through its chest like a butcher's cleaver through bone. The skeletal warrior fell like a marionette with its strings cut. As if Felix's blow were a signal, the night came alive with shadowy figures. He heard wood splinter and animals scream in terror, as if whatever spell had held them mute was broken. Somewhere off in the distance, Gotrek Gurnison bellowed a war chant. Felix rushed through the mist, almost colliding with Dieter as he tumbled out of a wagon. The big man was fully dressed and clutched a hand axe. "What's going on?" he shouted through the cacophony of screams. "Attackers! Dead things from under the hills," Felix said. The words came out in jerky gasps. "Foes!" Dieter shouted. "To me, men! Rally to me!" He gave out a wolf-like war cry. From about them came a few weak, answering howls. Felix charged on, seeking Kirsten's home. From the shadowy gap between two wagons, figures leapt out, striking at him with long, wickedly curved blades. He writhed aside from one and parried the other. Two more skeletons leered at him. He chopped at one's leg, and it fell over as his blade broke through the knee. Mind numbed with horror, he fought almost mechanically, leaping over the blow of the one on the ground, then bringing his heel down to break its spine. Blows flickered between him and the other until he chopped it to pieces. He saw two of the fiends battering through the door of Frau Winter's wagon, just as he had feared. From inside came the sound of chanting, which he assumed was a prayer. He prepared himself to charge, but his eyes were dazzled by a sudden bluish flash. Chain lightning flickered, and the rank smell of ozone filled the air, overcoming even the stench of rot. When Felix's sight cleared, he saw the charred remains of the two skeletons lie near the caravan steps. In the doorway, Frau Winter stood calm and unafraid, a nimbus of light emerging from her left hand. Behind her was Kirsten. She looked over at Felix and gave him an encouraging nod. He whirled and saw a dozen undead warriors rushing at him. He heard Dieter and the men run up to meet them. Then he joined the rush. For Felix, the night became a howling chaos as he hacked his way around the camp in search of Gotrek. At one point the mist cleared, and he pushed some quivering children under a wagon away from the bodies of their dead parents. The man lay in a nightshirt, the woman close by, a broom handle clutched in one hand like a spear. Felix heard a sound and turned to face a skeletal giant bearing down at him. Somehow he survived. Felix fought back-to-back with Dieter until they stood among a pile of moldering bones. The battle surged away from him as the mist closed in, and for a long moment he stood alone, listening to the screams of the dying. A passing figure lashed out at him, and they exchanged blows. Felix saw that it was Lars, a grin frozen on his face, revealing missing teeth, terror froth foaming at the mouth. Berserkly he hacked at Felix. The man was mad with fear. "Bath hard!" he hissed, chopping at Felix with a blow that would have felled a tree. Felix ducked underneath the blow and lunged forward, taking him through the heart. Lars sobbed as he died. Felix wondered how crazed Lars really had been. If the trapper had killed Felix, it could have been blamed on the attackers. He returned to the fray. He rounded a corner to find a score of undead warriors being driven back by the furious onslaught of Gotrek's axe. Blue chain lighting flickered, and the area about him was suddenly clear. He looked about for Frau Winter to offer his thanks, but she was gone, vanished into the mist. He turned to see Gotrek standing astonished, his jaw hanging open. Sometime before dawn, their assailants retreated back towards the hills, leaving Baron von Diel's warriors to contemplate their ruined wagons and the bodies of their dead. In the early morning light, Felix watched warily as Gotrek inspected the rubble of the old stone arch. The stench of dank air and moldering bones that came from within made Felix want to gag. He turned to stare down the hillside, to where the surviving exiles were building funeral pyres for the dead out of the remains of ruined wagons. Nobody wanted to bury them so close to the hills. Felix heard Gotrek grunt with grim satisfaction, and turned to look at him. The dwarf was running his hand expertly along the broken stones with their faint webwork of old runes. Gotrek looked up and grinned savagely. "No doubt about it, manling. The runes guarding the entrance were broken from the outside." Felix looked at him. Suspicion blossomed. He was very afraid. "It looks as though someone has been giving the Von Diel curse a helping hand," he whispered. Rain lashed down from the gray sky. The cart rumbled southward. Beside the caravan, the waters of the Thunder River tumbled headlong towards their goal. The rain-swollen river constantly threatened to burst its banks. Felix jerked the reins. The oxen lowed and redoubled their efforts to move on the muddy ground. Beside him, Kirsten sneezed. Almost like everyone else, she was pale and ill-looking. The strain of the long journey and the worsening weather had made them all prey to disease. No town would take them in. Armed warriors had threatened battle unless they moved on to untenanted land. The trail had become interminable. It seemed as if they had been riding forever and would never get to rest. Even the knowledge that someone in the train had freed the undead beneath the hills had ceased to be alarming, fading into cold suspicion when no culprit could be found. Felix looked at Gotrek guiltily, expecting Kirsten's sneeze to produce his usual crass comments about human frailty, but the Trollslayer was silent, staring towards the World's Edge Mountains with a fixity of purpose unusual even for him. Felix wondered when he would pluck up the courage to tell Gotrek that he wasn't continuing onwards with him, that he was settling down with Kirsten. He was worried about what the dwarf's reaction would be. Would Gotrek simply dismiss it as another example of human faithlessness, or would he turn violent? Felix felt miserable. He was fond of the Troll Slayer, for all his black moods and bitter comments. The thought of Gotrek wandering off to meet a lonely doom disturbed him. But he loved Kirsten, and the thought of being parted from her was painful to him. Perhaps Gotrek sensed this, and it was the reason for his withdrawn mood. Felix reached over and squeezed the girl's hand. "What are you looking for, Herr Gurnison?" Kirsten asked the dwarf. Gotrek did not turn to look at her, but continued to stare longingly at the mountains. At first it seemed as if the Troll Slayer would not reply, but eventually he pointed to the outline of the cloud-swathed mountain. "Karazakarak," he replied. "My home." His voice was softer than Felix had ever heard it, and it held a depth of longing that was heartbreaking. Gotrek turned to look at them, and his face held such a look of dumb, brute misery that Felix had to look away. The dwarf's crest of hair was flattened by the rain, and his face was bleak and weary. Kirsten reached past to adjust Gotrek's cloak about his shoulders, as she would have done for a lost child. Gotrek tried to give her his ferocious, insular scowl, but even he could not hold it, and he just smiled sadly, revealing missing teeth. Felix wondered whether the dwarf had come all this way just for that fleeting glimpse of the mountain. He noticed a drop of water hanging from the end of the Troll Slayer's nose. It might have been a teardrop, or it might have been just the rain. They continued southward. "We can't leave them just yet," Felix said, cursing himself for being such a coward. Gotrek turned and looked towards the tumble-down fortified mansion which they had found. He could see smoke rising in plumes from the chimneys of the recently cleared buildings. "Why not, manling? They found clear ground, cultivable land, and the ruins of that old fort. With a little work it should prove quite defensible." Felix strove desperately to find a reason. He was surprised that he was trying so hard to delay the moment when he had to tell Gotrek of their parting. The way Gotrek looked at him disapprovingly reminded him of his father at his sternest. He felt once more the need to make excuses, and he hated himself for it. Gotrek were only 100 miles north of where the Thunder River flows into the Blood River. Beyond that is the Badlands and the horde of wolf riders. "I know that, manling. We'll just have to cross there on our way to Karak Eight Peaks." "Just tell him. Just say it," Felix argued with himself. But he couldn't. "We can't go just yet. You've seen the bodies we found in the mansion. Bones cracked for the marrow. The walls have been burned. Dieter has found a spoor of wolf riders nearby. The place is not defensible. With your help, with the help of a dwarf, it could be made so." Gotrek laughed. "I don't know why you think that." "Because dwarves are good with stone and fortifications. Everyone knows that." Gotrek glanced back at the mansion thoroughly. He seemed to be remembering a former life. A frown creased his brow, and he rested his forehead against the shaft of his axe. "I don't know," he said eventually, "that even a dwarf could make this place defensible. Typical human workmanship, manling. Shoddy. Very shoddy." "It could be made safe. You know it could, Gotrek." "Perhaps. It's been a long time since I worked with stone, manling." "A dwarf never forgets such things, and I'm sure the Baron will pay handsomely for your service." Gotrek sniffed suspiciously. "It had better be more than he pays his mercenaries." Felix grinned. "Come on, let's find out." Unable to sleep, Felix got up quietly. He dressed quickly, not wanting to wake Kirsten. He gently rearranged the cloaks they had used as blankets about her so that she would not get cold, then kissed her lightly on the forehead. She stirred, but she didn't wake. He lifted his sword from where it lay by the entrance of their hut and then stepped out into the cold night air. Winter was coming, Felix thought, watching his breath cloud. By the moon's light he picked his way through the cluster of hovels which lay in the lee of the new wooden walls surrounding the mansion. He felt at peace for the first time in a long time. Even the nighttime noise of the camp was reassuring. The fort had been completed before the first snows came. It looked as if the Senders would have enough grain to last the winter, and see the new crop in the spring. He listened to the cattle lowing and the measured tread of the sentry on the walls. He looked up and saw a light still gleaming in the window of Manfred's room. Felix thought about his convoluted destiny. Not a place I would have ever imagined myself settling down, a fortified village on the edge of nowhere. I wonder what my father would think if he could see me now, about to become a farmer of all things. He'd probably die of mortifaction. Felix smiled. It was exciting to be here. There was a sense of something about to begin, a community still taking shape. And I will have a place in shaping that community, he thought. This is the perfect place to start a new life. He walked on towards the guard tower, where he knew he would find Gotrek. The dwarf was unable to sleep, restless and ready to move on. He liked to wait away the night watches in the tower he himself had designed. Felix clambered up the ladder and through the trapdoor in the floor of the guardroom. He found Gotrek staring out into the night. The sight of the dwarf made Felix nervous, but he steeled himself, determined to tell the dwarf the truth. "Can't sleep either, eh, manling?" Felix managed a nod. When he had rehearsed his speech to himself, it had all seemed simple. He would explain the situation rationally, tell Gotrek he was staying with Kirsten, and await the dwarf's response. Now it was more difficult. His tongue felt thick, and it was as if the words had stuck in his throat. He found himself flinching inwardly at all the accusations he imagined Gotrek would make. That he was a coward and an oath-breaker. That this was the thanks a dwarf got for saving a man's life. Felix had to admit that he had sworn an oath to follow Gotrek and record his doom. Certainly he had sworn it while drunk and full of gratitude to a dwarf who had just pulled him from under the hooves of the Emperor's cavalry. But an oath was still an oath, and Gotrek was wont to point out. He moved over to stand beside the Trollslayer. They stared out over the ditch that surrounded the outer wall, and which was sided with sharpened stakes. The only easy way over it was the bridge of earth that this tower overlooked. Gotrek?" "Yes, manling?" "You've built well," Felix said. Gotrek looked up and smiled grimly. "We'll soon find out," he said. Felix looked to where the Trollslayer pointed. The fields were dark with wolf riders. Gotrek raised the alarm horn to his lips and sounded a blast. Felix ducked an arrow splintered into the wood of the parapet in front of him. He reached down and took a crossbow from the fingers of the dead guard. The man lay with an arrow through his throat. Felix fumbled for a quarrel and strained to cock the weapon. He eventually slipped a bolt into place. He leapt up. Fire arrows flashed overhead like falling stars. From behind him came the stench of burning. Felix looked down from the parapet. Wolf riders circled the camp as a wolf pack circles a herd of cattle. He could see the green skin of the riders glistening in the light of their burning arrows. The flames highlighted their jaundiced eyes and their yellowish tusks. There must be hundreds of them, Felix thought. He thanked Sigmar for the ditch and the spikes and the wooden walls that Gotrek had made them build. At the time it had seemed needless labor, and the dwarf had been roundly cursed. Now it seemed barely adequate. Felix aimed at a wolf rider who was drawing a bead on the tower with one pitch-soaked arrow. He pulled the trigger of the crossbow. The bolt blurred across the night and took the goblin in the chest. It fell backwards in the saddle. Its blazing arrow was launched directly into the sky as if it aimed at the moon. Felix ducked back and reloaded. With his back to the parapet he could see down into the courtyard. A human chain of women and children carried buckets from the rain barrels to the flaming hovels, struggling vainly to extinguish the fires. He saw one old woman go down, and others flinch as arrows fell around them like rain. Felix turned and fired again, missing. The night was filled with a cacophony of sound. The screams of the dying, the howling of the wolves, the deadly cutting whisper of arrows, and the crossbow bolts. He heard Gotrek singing happily in Dwarfish, and somewhere far off the Baron's dry, rasping voice giving orders in a calm voice. Dogs barked, horse whinnied in terror, children cried, and Felix wished he were deaf. He heard the scratching of claws on wood nearby, and lurched to his feet. He looked over the parapet and almost lost his face. The jaws of a wolf snapped shut below him. The creature had leapt in the ditch, ignoring the stakes which were covered by the bodies of his fallen comrades. He smelled the stench of its breath as it fell, saw its rider hanging on grimly as it gathered itself for another spring. Felix let fly with a crossbow bolt. It funked into the creature's chest, and the wolf fell. Its rider rolled clear and scuttled off into the night. Felix saw Frau Winter climb up onto the watchtower to stand at Gotrek's shoulder. He hoped she would do something. In the howling chaos of the night, it was impossible to tell, but Felix sensed that things were not going well for the defenders. The ditch seemed to be filling with the bodies of their attackers, and the gods were falling like flies to the incessant barrages of arrows in spite of the protection of the parapet. When Felix looked again, he saw a group of heavily armored orcs, bearing a sharpened tree trunk, racing towards the gate. A few crossbow bolts landed among them, but others were deflected by the shields of those who ran alongside the rammers. He heard the juddering sound of the tree's impact on the gate. Felix fumbled for his sword, preparing to leap from the walls into the courtyard and hold the gate. If it fell, all he could do was sell his life dearly. They were too badly outnumbered to delay the besiegers for long. He felt fear twist in his gut. He hoped Kirsten was safe. Frau Winter's calm, clear voice rang out. She chanted like a priest at prayer. And then the lightning came. Searing blue light leapt through the night. The air stank of ozone. The hair on the back of Felix's neck prickled. He tried to watch as the lightning flashed among the ram carriers. He heard them scream. Some danced back, capering like clowns, dropping the tree trunk. They fell to the earth, bodies smoldering. The disgusting burnt meat smell of the scorched flesh filled the air. Again and again the lightning lashed out. Wolves howled fearfully. The hail of arrows slackened. The sickening smell increased. Felix looked at Frau Winter. Her face was drawn and pale. Her hair stood upright. As her face alternated black and blue in the nightmarish flashes, she looked demonic. He had not suspected any human being could wield such power. The wolf riders and the orc infantry retreated, howling in terror, to beyond the reach of those appalling thunderbolts. Felix felt relieved. Then he noticed, off in the distance, a glow of light. He peered into the darkness, making out an old greenskin shaman. A red nimbus played around his skull, illuminating the wolfskin headdress and the bone staff he held in one gnarled claw. A beam of blood-colored light flicked from his head and lashed out at Frau Winter. Felix saw the sorceress moan and totter back. Gotrek reached out to support her. He watched her grimace in pain, her face a pale mask. She gritted her teeth, and sweat beaded her brow. She seemed to be locked in a supernatural contest of will with the old shaman. The wolf riders rallied around their braven leaders, and cautiously they began to return, although their renewed attacks lacked the wild ferocity of the initial onslaught. All through the night the struggle continued. In the first light of dawn, Felix approached Gotrek where he stood with Manfred, Dieter, and Frau Winter. The woman looked weary beyond endurance. People crowded around her, gazing at her in awe. "How are we doing?" Felix asked Gotrek. "As long as she holds out, we can, if she can call the lightning." Manfred looked at Gotrek and nodded agreement. There was a commotion from the other side of the courtyard. "Frau Winter, come quickly," Dr. Stockhausen called. The Baron has been gravely wounded. An arrow may be poisoned." Wearily, the sorceress walked into the mansion. From the crowd, Felix saw Kirsten move to help her. He smiled at her, glad that they were both still alive. With a sound like sudden thunder, the gate rocked back on its hinges. Another blow like that, and it will fall, Felix thought. He looked over at Gotrek, who was testing the edge of his axe experimentally with his thumb. On this second night of the siege, the Trollslayer was looking forward to hand-to-hand combat to come. Felix felt a tug on his shoulder. It was Hef. The big man looked deathly afraid. "Where is Frau Winter?" He nodded at the gate. "That's no battering ram. That's the staff of the old devil. He'll have all our heads for his lodge after this night's out, unless the witch can stop him." Felix looked from Hef to the rest of the pitifully depleted band of defenders. He saw tired warriors, wounded men who could barely lift a sword, teenage boys and girls armed with pitchforks and other improvised weaponry. From outside, the howling of the wolves was deafening. Only Gotrek looked calm. "I don't know where she is. Dieter went to get her 10 minutes ago." "Well, he's taking his time about it." "All right," Felix said. "I'll go get her." "I'll come with you," Hef said. "Oh, no, you won't," Gotrek said loudly. "I trust the manling to return. You'll stay here. The gobos will pass this gate over our dead bodies." Felix made for the mansion. He knew that Kirsten was with the sorceress. If things went as badly as he feared, then he would at least see her before the end. He had barely reached the door when he heard a splintering sound from behind him, and the heart-stopping crash of the gate falling in. He heard Gotrek bellowing his war cry, and the screams of terror from some of the warriors. Felix turned and saw a terrible sight. In the gateway, mounted upon a great white wolf, was the shaman. Around his head crackled a halo of ruddy light. It played from the tip of his bone staff, staining the faces of all those around him like blood. From the wall a quarrel flashed, but it was turned aside by some force before it could hit the shaman. Flanking him were 6 mighty orcs, mail-clad, axe-armed, and fierce. Beyond them was a sea of green faces and wolves. Gotrek laughed aloud and charged them. The last thing Felix saw before he stepped inside was the Trollslayer running forward, axe held high, beard bristling, towards the source of that terrible light. Inside, the mansion was strangely quiet, the roar of sound outside muffled by the stone wall. Felix ran through the corridor, shouting for Frau Winter, his voice ringing eerily in the quiet halls. He found the bodies in the main hall. Frau Winter had been stabbed through the chest several times. Her clean, grey dress was red. She had a look of surprise on her face, as if death had taken her unawares. How had the goblins gotten inside? Felix thought crazily. But he knew that no goblin had done this. Another body lay near the door, stabbed through the back as she had struggled to open it. Not wanting, not daring to believe it, Felix advanced, heart in his mouth. Gently, he turned Kirsten's body over. He felt a brief flicker of hope as her eyes opened, then noticed the trickle of blood from her mouth. "Felix," she sighed, "is that you? I knew you'd come." Her voice was weak, and blood flowed from her lips as she spoke. He wondered how long she had lain there. "Don't talk," he said. "Rest." "Can't. Have to talk. I'm glad I came down Thunder River. Glad I met you. I love you." "I love you too," he said, for the first time, and then he noticed her eyes were closed. "Don't die," he said, rocking her gently in his arms. He felt her body go limp, and his heart turn to ash. He laid her down gently, tears in his eyes. Then he looked towards the door she had tried to open, and cold fury filled him. Felix stood and raced down the corridor. Dieter's body lay in the doorway to the Baron's room. The side of the big man's head had been caved in. Felix pictured him rushing through the doorway in anger and being hit from the side by his prepared enemy. Felix sprang over the body like a tiger, rolling as he hit the ground and leaping to his feet. He surveyed the room. The old baron lay in bed, a knife through his heart, blood soaking the bandages on his chest and the sheets on the bed. Felix glared over at the chair in which Manfred sat, his gore-smeared sword red across his lap. "The curse is fulfilled at last," the playwright said in a tight voice which held the shrill edge of hysteria. He looked up and Felix shuddered. It was as if Manfred's face was a mask through which something else stared. Something alien. "I knew it was my destiny to fulfill the curse," Manfred said as if passing the time of day. "Knew it from the moment I killed my father. Gottfried had him imprisoned when he started to change. Locked him up in the old tower, took him all his food himself. No one else was allowed into that tower except Gottfried and Frau Winter. Nobody else went up there until the day I did. Ulrich knows. I wish I hadn't." He rose to his feet, gripping the hilt of his sword. Felix watched him, hypnotized by his own hatred. "I found my father there. There was still a family resemblance in spite of the way he had changed. He still recognized me, called me son in a horrid rasping voice. He begged me to kill him. He was too cowardly to do it himself. So was Gottfried. He thought he was doing my father a kindness by keeping him alive, keeping a mutant alive." Manfred began to edge closer. Felix noticed the blood dripping from the blade, speckling the floor. He felt dizzy and tired. The mad young aristocrat became the center of his world. As I felt the old man's blood flow over my knife, everything changed. I saw things clearly for the first time. I saw the way chaos taints all things, twisting and corrupting them as it had done to my father's body. I knew that I was his son, and that within me, carried in my blood, was the mark of demons. I was the agent of chaos, spawn of its loins. I was a child of darkness. It was my destiny to destroy the Von Deal line, as I have done." He laughed. "The exile was the perfect opportunity. Hell sent. The avalanche was mine. A good start. I thought I had failed when I released the undead, and they didn't succeed in destroying my uncle and his followers. But nothing can save you now. Darkness will take you all. The curse is complete." "Not yet," Felix said, his voice choked with hatred. "You're a Von Deal, and you're still alive. I haven't killed you yet." Insane laughter rang out. Once more Felix felt as if he was staring at some devil in human flesh. "Herr Jäger, you do have a sense of humor. Very good. I knew you would be amusing. But how can you slay the spawn of chaos?" "Let us find out," Felix said, springing forward to the attack. Viperishly fast, Manfred's blade rose to parry, then began the counter. Sword strokes flickered like lightning between them. Steel rang on steel. Felix's sword arm was numb from the force of Manfred's blows. The nobleman had the strength of a maniac. Felix gave ground. Normally, cold fear of Manfred's insanity would have paralyzed him, but now he was so filled with rage and hatred that there was no room for terror. His world was empty. He lived only to kill Kirsten's murderer. It was his only remaining desire. Two madmen fought in the Baron's chamber. Manfred advanced with a cat-like grace, smiling confidently, as if amused by some mild witticism. His blade wove a web of steel that was slowly tightening around Felix. His eyes glittered, cold and inhuman. Felix felt the stone of the wall at his back. He lunged forward, striking at Manfred's face. Manfred parried with lazy ease. They stood vis-à-vis, blades locked, faces inches from each other. They pushed with all their power, each searching for advantage. Muscles stood out on Felix's neck. His arm burned with fatigue, as slowly, inexorably, Manfred pushed back his arm, bringing his razor-sharp blade into contact with Felix's face. "Goodbye, Herr Jäger," Manfred said casually. Felix brought the heel of his boot down on Manfred's instep, crunching into the foot with all his strength and weight. He felt bones splinter, saw the nobleman's face twist in agony, and felt the pressure ease. He brought his blade forward, slicing across Manfred's neck. The playwright tottered back, and Felix's thrust took him through the heart. Manfred fell to his knees and stared up at Felix with blank, uncomprehending eyes. Felix pushed him over with the boot and spat on his face. "Now the curse is fulfilled," he said. Mind clear and unafraid, Felix stepped out into the cold night air, expecting to find the wolf riders and death. He no longer cared. He welcomed it. He had come to understand Gotrek thoroughly. He had nothing worth living for, and he was beyond all fear. "Kirsten, I will be with you soon," he thought. In the gateway he saw Gotrek, standing among a pile of bodies. Blood flowed from the dwarf's appalling wounds. He was slumped forward, supporting himself on the axe, barely able to keep upright. Nearby, Felix saw the bodies of Hef and the other defenders. Gotrek turned to look at him, and Felix could see that one eye was missing, torn from its socket. The dwarf staggered dizzily, fell forward, and slowly and painfully tried to pull himself upright. "What kept you, manling? You missed a good fight." Felix moved towards him. "Yes, so it seems." "Damn gobos are all yellow-eyed cowards. Kill their leaders and the rest turn tail and run." He laughed painfully. "Of course, I had to kill a score or so of them before they agreed." "Of course," Felix said, looking towards the pile of dead wolves and orcs. He could make out the wolf headdress of the shaman. "Damn the dust thing," Gotrek said. "I can't seem to stand up." He closed his eye and lay very still. Felix watched the small line of stragglers begin to trek northwards under the watchful eyes of the few remaining soldiers. Felix thought that they were now gonna be taken in by one of the settlements, that they were no longer being escorted by the Baron's full force. For the sake of the children, he hoped so. He turned to the mass grave, the barrow in which they had buried the bodies. He thought about the future he had buried with them. He was landless and homeless again. He settled the weight of the pack on his shoulders and turned to look at the distant mountains. "Goodbye," he said. "I'll miss you." Gotrek rubbed at his eye patch irritably, and then blew his nose. He hefted his axe. Felix noticed